What's going on, Junkie Nation? Gorgeous George and Goze checking in here for our UFC 316 watch along. I'm in Arequipa, Peru. Goze is in Las Vegas, Nevada. The fights are in Newark. This is a worldwide sport, and we're all going to enjoy and have a good time tonight. 9 fights total, including 2 title fights. Towards the end, Merab Dvalishvili defending his UFC bantamweight title against Sean O'Malley. It's an immediate rematch of the fight that they had in September 2024 at the Sphere. And then we also have Juliana Peña. She's got her first title defense since wresting the title from Raquel Pennington. She'll be defending against Kayla Harrison. Comes over from the PFL, and she's been doing well. 2-0, got her title shot. Everyone made weight. It's going to be a great time. Goze, you pumped?
I'm fired up. I think I said during the week, I was somewhere around 7.5, I think. Today I'm at 8.5.
All right. Well, did you happen to catch the knockout from the South Korean Ju Sang-yu, who defeated Jeka Saring, I believe is how you pronounce his name? Dude, it gave me these shivers of what McGregor did to Aldo, slipping and then tagging him with the left hook, and then he went straight down. Goes, I watched it like 10 times. I mean, literally nose first. I can't imagine his nose looks the same as when he walked out about an hour ago.
Probably looks like mine. You going down like Rocky and Rocky 3?
Well, no, because you know how those pro wrestlers kind of they face plant, but they always face plant kind of like on one side, you know, the cheek or whatever. He went straight, like nose down.
Oof. I missed
it.
No, I did I was doing the preview show. So when the preview show's done, I have to get all this stuff done before we go live with our show. And so I was like downstairs doing some stuff, and I saw the text start coming in. And by the time I ran up and all that, I didn't catch a replay, but I heard it was nasty.
I guarantee you he's got 50 grand. I guarantee you. It was beautiful. Yeah. It was a beautiful, like, boxing-esque type of slip and rip. It's a fight party, folks. I got my pizza ready. I got my beer ready. Let's have a good time. You know, Goze and I are going to bring the gambling picks as well. We pretty much kill it. And I hate saying it because that's when you jinx it. But at the same time, I got to call it like it is.
True. Yeah. We've been on fire. And now we have, thank you to Pete from Panda, we have kind of a new aspect to the broadcast where, you know, before it was kind of like George takes a turn, I take a turn. And if you win, you do the next pick. But now we can both make picks, and you'll be able to look on the top and see whose picks are whose, which I think is pretty cool. So we might as well get that done tonight, or get that done here for the next fight, right?
Yeah, exactly. So we got 4 featured prelims fights where we'll enjoy them with you. We won't really get too much into the whole play-by-play and color commentary because we can all see them. They're on ESPN. And once we get to the pay-per-view, then we're going to be your eyes and ears for those of you that choose not to order it. We'll tell you what's happening in real time. But yeah, we like to get the pick in now, and then we'll start recapping what's occurred because 4 fights have occurred on the early prelims, they're called. So this next fight, it goes with Chaos Williams and Andreas Gustoson. Chaos Williams is the favorite. Gustafson's the underdog. Goze, who do you like? Oh, yeah, the odds, I'm sorry.
Yeah, you got him right. Chaos Williams minus 200. Gustafson is plus 165. I like Chaos. I am going to go Chaos, but I am also going to go Chaos by KO. So let me put Chaos Williams first. Let me get that one out of the way here. So I got him. And I'm thinking, man, if he wins, I think it's going to be by KO. And that's plus 125. I am going to do that as well.
I like Gustafson, believe it or not.
Do you?
I do. Well, I really always take a look. And if an underdog can get the job done, then a lot of times I like to take chances early in the event, you know.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't hurt as much when they lose because you're not giving up, you know, the bigger number, and you're actually winning a bigger number. And Chaos likes the chaos. He likes to mix it up. So I think there could be an opening there for a TKO. His last 3 fights have been won by TKO, and he gets it done usually within the first couple rounds. You know, I don't know. I just got this feeling like he might be able to pull it out. The Swede might be able to pull it out. So no disrespect to Chaos Williams, but I like me some dogs. You know, if I'm down, I lose 100. I can make that up. If I lose Williams, I'm down 200. I got to start winning some fights to make that hole, get out of that hole.
So what you got?
Gustoson, just to win. I don't want to pick no
win?
sub or KO. Yeah. Well, what you got the odds for the TKO?
Yeah. Give me 1 second. Gustoson by TKO would be
Is it a big jump?
plus 400.
Oh, yee! Give me that one. I might as well take a chance. If you were going to tell me it was only like plus 250 and not much more than just him winning, then the worst thing is rolling the dice, getting it right, getting the dog, but because he subs and I pick TKO, I lose. Yeah. But here, plus 400, I mean, we're talking, I could almost shut it down for the night and go, give me my, better be 400 when I talk to the bookie on Monday.
For the most part, when we make our plays, we're usually, I'd say about 80% of the time, we're on the same side of the coin. But right off the bat, man, we couldn't be more opposite on this fight. So you're going to have to choose who you want to go with. But for the most part, most of the time,
as a whole, I'll leave it in your hands. If you like Williams, that's fine. But
no. I'm just saying, like, for the most part, every fight card, we either agree or at least kind of see where the other guy's coming from, you know. But usually we're on the same page, so it's kind of rare that we're on 2 different sides of the coin and violently on the other side of the coin too. So it'll be interesting, man. We'll see here. We'll see how this first one goes. No pun intended.
Please tell your friends and family that are MMA fans, if they're at a wedding, for whatever reason they choose not to order the pay-per-view, money's tight. There are 2 this month, by the way. There's one called UFC 317 for International Fight Week. Maybe some people are saving up for that. Just let them know they can come over here to Junkie. We got you covered. We'll tell you what's happening in real time for those that aren't watching. And if you are, then we'll watch along with y'all. We have a fun chat. And like I say, we want to watch some violence and make some money while doing it. Yeah. What's your cuisine tonight, is?
I'm kind of a joker tonight because what's happening is Laura, you know how you sent that one flyer for Mountain's Edge Park or whatever?
Yeah.
They're doing something over there. So she's taking off over there. You're gone. Juliet's usually in bed around that time. So I'll probably have like an Uncrustable or something.
Jesus.
But, so yeah, I had a pasta though going into tonight. Hopefully it holds me over. Should.
What about Yogi?
You're not gonna like the pasta I made though.
Why not?
It's one of your favorites.
Oh, I've noticed that trend. What about Yogi?
Yogi has kibble. He always eats kibble.
Oh, he didn't go to the park?
No, I'm just kidding. No, because this is like starting in an hour till like 10 or something like that.
Okay. All right. Well, now they're doing the walkouts for Chaos Williams and Andreas Gustoson. Now, don't get confused, folks. It's not Alexander Gustoson. It's Andreas Gustoson. So, Alexander Gustafson's been gone for a while. Last time I saw his name pop up, I think it was for GFL.
Mm-hmm.
He's not even in the UFC no more. These are welterweights, not light heavyweights, but homeboy can crack. Both of them can.
Hey.
Chaos Williams or Gustoson? See? All right. My nephew likes Gustoson in this one.
Check your phone. See if your nephew likes that.
So you do have a fight night cuisine.
Well, that's just leftovers.
When did you make it?
Yesterday or the day before.
So what did you think of fight week so far? I thought Kayla Harrison and Juliana Peña were obviously the top of the heap when it came to the heated rivalry. Merab and O'Malley have kind of kept it civil. Every once in a while, just saying stuff like it's going to be different this time. I'm ready, and you, and still, and that's fine. From there's one viewpoint I can look at it from. What's O'Malley gonna say? It's gonna, I got you this time. I mean, Merab could honestly laugh and go, bitch, it wasn't even close the first time. But sure, go ahead and try. So I get maybe why O'Malley's doing what he did. He cut off social media, masturbation. I forget what else. Just like he literally cleaned up his life.
Video
I think he even
games.
hit the weights, video games, and says he's ready. And look, dude, if he pulls it off, I think a lot of fighters are gonna go, whoa, 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 whoa. There might be something to this type of focus, these types of distractions. Instead of scrolling, I might be getting an extra half hour of sleep, right before bed or whatever, instead of scrolling and seeing what everyone else is up to. And you know what's funny, guys? Let me just segue for a second, only because I think it makes sense now. I heard that some Gen Z are switching to flip phones because they want to get off social media. They want to get back to, it's a fucking phone. Let's just talk on the phone or send the necessary text. But that whole app game, social media game, it's like, no, man, it's almost like they're realizing it's not good, because if it gets out of hand, you just, it can affect you.
Wait, the old school flip phone or the new flip phones that are coming out? If there's new flip phones, you could still do social media and all that, but are you talking about like the old flip phone?
It was an article I read either on USA Today or Yahoo. It just said flip phone. I didn't bother to look to see if it was one of the fancy ones, that almost turns into an iPad, or if it really was just a phone, like.
I mean, I commend them, but who knows
I do
how
too.
long that'll last. That's it's really difficult now at this point to do something like that. But no, props to them for even trying.
Well, like I said, together with, if O'Malley does it and wins, kids look up to him. I wonder if more kids will say, you know what? I'm bugging out for the summer. No social media. Just call me if you need me.
Well, let me ask you this. This is all what Sean O'Malley said he was going to do. Do you believe that he did it? Because remember, he's got to come up with some kind of story to make you think this fight is going to look different than that first one. Otherwise, the very first thing we're all going to say, and a lot of us said, was, we don't even feel like this needed to be a rematch. Like, there was nothing in that fight that went, he's got something from Merab. Like, Merab kind of had his way with him, right? So do you believe that he actually did all that?
No social media? Yes, because otherwise it would have already come up. Somebody would have said, hold on a second. You tweeted a month ago.
No, but I mean, you can be on your phone and not tweet, right? You could scroll. You can.
Well, okay, what were they again? No video games, no masturbation, no social media, and no what? Did he abstain from sex too, or no drinking, or what? No video games was the other one,
no
right?
pot. I think. Look at Joey Diaz. Is he asleep?
Oh, I got a different feed. He's there?
Yeah, but he's like, he might be asleep because it doesn't look like he's on his phone. Oh, wait, now he's moving.
I'm looking for him.
Next to Cormier, he's awake now.
That's a lot, man. That's a lot. But, Tim Welch said something funny, or not funny, interesting. He said, O'Malley's he was going in and out of the hot tub. He was sweating. He had his headphones. He goes, he's going to concentrate, get a good night's sleep, knowing full well he's got to wake up and get some more pounds off. He goes, that is not easy to do, folks. He goes, what these fighters do is pretty special. And goes, you and I have done the whole water challenge. There's people that fast for 3 days.
Oof.
It's almost like that initial get past the third day and you can almost do anything. You can almost abstain from anything. Now, obviously, I don't mean food for 6 months or drinks for 6 months, but video games, Possibly, yeah. I guess I'm gonna believe him. I tend to be an optimist. Has your fight started yet?
Yeah.
Oh shit.
I'm at 3 minutes and 10 seconds.
Estamos atrasados.
I know you said you're in Arequipa, but is that in this galaxy, or how could you be that far behind?
I don't know. When I turned it on, I just went to. It gave me a choice. I could either start
Man,
from the
you're going
beginning
bomb.
or go live, and I press go live.
Oh, Gustoson landed a nice shot. Nice right hook. A nice
Okay, what's your
left
time,
hook
guys?
now. 2 minutes and 37 seconds.
Man, my ass is still behind.
33, 32.
It looks like I can't catch you. Okay. It's not that important right now, I guess. But if you wanna sync up, pause for about 10, 12 seconds.
All right.
I'm at 25, 24, 23, 22, 21, 20, 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14. We good?
I think so. We'll be generally. Man, Chaos got to get them hands up.
No wonder you're giving me this look like, who cares what Gen Z's doing about flip phones? This fight's starting.
That was more Red Dela Cruz.
Goes.
You're right.
She kind of like got real thin, right? Like she seemed really lean when I saw her the other day.
Yeah.
So the nephew was asking me, he goes, "Do you think O'Malley can do it?" And I go, "Look, he's made changes and everything, but it all comes down to can he stop the takedown from Merab, because they just keep coming over and over." And then I told him, "Bro, he stopped Umar Nurmagomedov. Do you think Sean O'Malley can do what Umar can do?" And let's not forget, the Nurmagomedovs obviously are great wrestlers, but the two brothers, Usman and Umar, they're actually siblings. They've actually been more noted as strikers than grapplers.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, it's not like you can say, "Oh, there's no way he can strike as good as Sean O'Malley." I mean, he's a pretty damn good striker too. To be able to shut him down, it just tells me that from the first fight, what I've seen is an even better Merab. And like John Anik told us on MMA Junkie Radio, he did it on his timeline. It's not when Merab wanted to fight, but he said, "All right, I'll do it." It's when the UFC needed him.
No, it's really difficult because those who think Sean O'Malley are going to win, it's hard to provide physical evidence to that. A lot of it is we just have a feeling. I'm one of those guys. I'm one of those guys that is sitting here and something tells me there's just something in the air. I don't have anything really to point to, though. I'm not calling a fix, okay? But I wonder, why this rematch right now? From a business standpoint, I mean, I get it. You're going to make money. From Sean O'Malley, I almost think like, man, don't you want to go back? And because you know, having 2 losses to the champ is a difficult situation. Now, it's not a death sentence. Look at Max Holloway, right? Look where he's at and how he's been able to turn his life around. Things do free up, but you don't want to be that guy. And it's like that last fight, it just seems like he had so much to work on. Why not go back and take a fight that you think you could maybe do better in, that you could win, and then go back and fight for the title? That would make more sense, but they rushed this instead. I don't know. I kind of have that feeling that maybe he could pull it off, but I can't really point to anything other than maybe the body work, you know, that he had at the end of the first fight that seemed to bother Merab a little bit, and he even brought that up, I think, in the embeddeds or the countdown. But other than that, it's like I don't really have too much physical evidence to tell you this is why he's going to do it.
Well, remember we discussed this on Junkie Radio, and since you said, you know, you don't believe that the fix is in or anything like that, we'll just dabble a little bit in that world. all I can think of, no, this isn't a conspiracy, but maybe Sean O'Malley just one of those guys. And if you watched Embedded, who doesn't have much time left in the sport, and because he's popular, the UFC's willing to work with him. And he's like, hey, bro, listen, I'm not sticking around that long either. I just want to find out if I can beat this guy. And if not, then maybe there's a few fights left, or maybe I dip out, or maybe I move up. Who knows? And so maybe the UFC looked at it as a chance for this guy to be champ. We really could use stars because the UFC's lacking stars. Okay, kid, we'll get you to the front of the line. But boy, has that guy caught breaks along the way.
Oh yeah.
Round 2 here, a lot of clinching against the fence. You know, that seminar I went to in Peru, the coach had a really good grasp on how scoring works. And he just talked about how power punches, man, a couple of them can nullify, you know, a takedown and riding somebody, you know, without creating damage or advancing your position. So it was really cool to know that like fighter IQ is something important that they've grasped, and you know, their fighters won't lose a fight because they don't know the rules, and these are international fighters.
Yeah, I can agree with that. I mean, there's definitely power punches being thrown. Chaos looks a little tired from the ones that he threw and some that he's absorbed as well. And this position here up against the cage is just brutal on your cardio.
Now they're back in the open.
Uh-oh.
Oh, nice hook by Chaos, but Gustoson got his hands up and partially blocked it. Oh, did he grab the fence? No, right?
I missed it.
I wonder what that
Where you
tattoo
at
means.
now?
I'm at 215.
Oh, okay. What the tattoo on the back means?
Yeah.
I don't know.
I mean, that honestly looked like that guy did prison time and ran the yard. You know what I mean? Like he was a top dog, or maybe he's part of some tribe. Maybe his family comes from some tribe.
Is he leaking blood? Chaos?
I can't tell. Let's see.
Oh, nice knee.
Nice knee.
No.
Está cansado Chaos, no?
Yeah, there's some blood dripping.
He's gonna check out soon, Goze. I think he's gonna give up. He's tired. He's absorbing damage. Now he's leaking, and he can't get this monster off of him. Let's see if he can ground and pound his way to a finish. Because remember, the submission hurts me, right?
Right.
That 3-point stance ain't doing nothing, buddy. Gotta be a knee. Or did I miss a memo? That's not a 3-point stance, right?
It is a 3. I mean, but that's not supposed to save you. But where are they at? They're in
the
New
knee's gotta
Jersey,
be
right?
down.
Damn, that's a lot of blood, man.
Williams is sucking wind, man. And this attack is relentless. Now he's got both underhooks here. Might go for a ride. Oh, nice elbow. Looked like more like a forearm. Chaos Williams is bleeding big time.
Mm-hmm.
He needs to get out of this round and give it all he has in the first 2 minutes of the next round and get the finish, because he's not going to get the decision if he makes it. But there's only 6 seconds left. Watch how broken he's going to look when he walks back to his corner. I guess that's not too bad. But still.
He's down 2-0.
Oh yeah.
But the one thing he's got on his side is power, and You never know, but things that haven't been looking good for him.
How about Kayla making 135?
So I saw that picture of what she looked like in the morning and what she looked at night. And it's so brutal, like what her body goes through. But the thing is this, it's like she has so much muscle that if it were that brutal, you just got to say goodbye to some of that muscle, I think, rather than just deplete your body that way. I mean, it looked really bad. And, this is a championship fight. This is potentially 5 rounds. We see how that's affected people in the past. If you look
She
at
didn't
the
look bad
odds,
at the scale like others I've seen in the past, though.
physically, I mean, she's still able to stand and all that. But
You know how some of them need
she
assistance
looks
walking and all that? Like,
sucked
she
out.
seems strong. I think she's going to maul her. The under's 3.5. I think she's going to beat her in the first 3.5 rounds.
Think so?
Yeah. I was listening to a lot of breakdowns over the weekend. One guy was saying there's just absolutely no reason to take Juliana Peña. She's not better at Kayla at anything.
Well, if you look at her last performance too, it was not a good performance at all. Right? Like if you're a Juliana Peña fan, you're hoping that was an off night. These guys are gonna get blood all over them.
Uncle Joey's going to pass out if any of that blood spills on him.
Yeah. That was Joe Stevenson, right? Where he passed out on the couch. He passes out for a long time, though.
I couldn't tell you. Does he really have a seat next to Cormier, though?
Yeah, he's right behind him. I didn't get a chance to see the cut up close. From far away, it looks pretty deep.
The VIP section is still kind of empty.
Yeah.
Like they showed one section where there was like literally no one in like what looked like 20 chairs. 3 rows of 6s. Well, I know that's 18, but Gustoson's just putting it on him. Gustoson can make a statement by just finishing him,
Mm-hmm.
There's Joey. See him, Goze?
Yeah. Nice shot from Chaos. Left hand, but it's just they don't seem to have much on him anymore.
I wonder what that feels like when you've been getting your ass kicked for 10 minutes. Well, make that 12. And you're still fighting. But now your best weapon doesn't seem to take effect. And now you're kind of just a punching bag,
Mm-hmm.
Like, I wonder what's going through your head. This guy can't even look at the clock to go, okay, only 2 minutes and 30 more seconds after this. Only the fact that Mike Beltran's there would probably give me some comfort knowing I ain't going to die, but it must feel like you're going to die.
No.
Oh, now he goes to the ground.
Oop, back up.
Got some heart. Williams still trying to disengage so he could maybe create some sort of a throwdown in the last minute or so. We still got 1:38 left. Gustoson almost takes him down. He does. He completes it. Chaos immediately gets back up. Gustoson rides him through. Little scramble. Now inside control. Maybe some elbows get the job done here.
Right on that spot, dude. He took 2 elbows. Now he's taking hammer fists. You might get that stoppage. That'd be a nice start.
Chaos is tough though, man. A lot of fighters would have already checked out by now. This is why props can be dangerous though. I'm less than a minute away from being down $100 because he might win, but he didn't get the TKO stoppage.
Mm-hmm. It's a lot of punishment Chaos Williams' body's taken. Oh,
that knee.
Yeah.
What if Chaos has a 12-hour flight tomorrow? He's got the middle seat. How uncomfortable is he going to be? Gustafson really wants that finish.
Farah Hanun and I had almost like a extra edition of overreaction time that had to do with airplanes and middle seats and getting stuck there.
She's not a fan?
She's not a fan of when you pay for a window or an aisle and then somebody tries to guilt you into giving up your seat so that they could sit next to someone.
I agree. I've had people ask, but never guilt me. But either way, I think the only time I ever got asked, what was it? I was on the aisle, the kid was in the middle, and the window, and all they wanted was to flip-flop the window and the aisle. So the kid would still be in the middle. I was like, yeah, I can do that. The lady just didn't like the window or something, so I can do that. But anything that had to do with me in the middle seat, nope. Junior's small enough. He can sit there. One thing I don't like about the aisles is I kind of have big feet. I like to stick my arms out, and sometimes those little carts, boom, bang your funny bone, or you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Plus, if you're in the aisle and someone's got to take a leak, you could be in a nice deep sleep when you get that tap, and you're like, fuck. I try not to do it with people when I'm in the window. I just hold it a little until I really have to go, or if they make a move, then I make a move. But I had that happen to me when I was going to Peru. I couldn't complain though. We had a full flight, Goze, and I got stuck on an aisle, and the girl had the window, so there was no middle. So at that point, I was like, okay, you know, I'm one of the privileged here on this flight. That's for sure.
I had one girl one time, same situation, and she just took it upon herself to lift up that middle seat and kind of like nap, you know. And in my head, I was like, I mean, I kind of don't care, but who is you to make that decision right here, right now? That's you.
Explain. What did you do?
So I'm at the window, and she's aisle, and it turns out nobody sat in the middle. So she just flipped up the thing and laid down and took like a nap. I got into a little ball.
And she had two seats.
Yeah.
Was her head touching your legs at all or bothering you at all?
It was getting close, like her hair was getting close. But you would think at some point you go, I'm about to do something crazy. Are you okay with that? You know, like just to kind of just do it. I don't know.
I would agree. But you know that if that was Selma Hayek and she decided to do it, you'd have zero problem with it.
If that was Selma Hayek, I would say, hey, don't you want to stretch out your legs? You know, just put your head up here in my lap. There's more room.
Gustoson gets the unanimous decision win. We move on. Props can be dangerous. I should be celebrating with a, what was the underdog odds? Like plus 180, plus 175?
Something like that, yeah.
That's a gambling lesson, folks. I fell into the whole plus 400 lap trap, because he had finished his last three fights all in the first or second. And honestly, chaos was ripe for the picking. Oh, goes. This one's a big one for me. Sergey Spivak against Waldo Cortes-Acosta. I need this one. I need Spivak.
What do we got? Spivak is minus 170. Cortes-Acosta plus 140. You know what you're getting with Cortes-Acosta.
A big right hand.
Yeah. If it lands, Spivak ain't waking up. Experience goes to Spivak.
Spivak's a little chinny, but when all you have to, it's not like this guy throws combos. He doesn't really like set up, 5-punch combos, 3-punch combos. It's a winging right hand. And Spivak has an advantage on the ground. I don't know. I like Spivak on this, and I can honestly tell you, I must have consulted about 4-5 sharps, either directly or just being aware of what they did. And this was the most common one. Everyone likes Sergey Spivak. I know one person that's got Waldo Costa Cortez, but he's a nice guy, so I don't want to jinx him.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I couldn't convince him. He's all about it.
Type it in the chat. All right. Yeah, he's hard to convince to do something different.
I like Salsa Boy. I like the gimmick. He talks trash. I have nothing against him, but I'm just saying that when there's these big pay-per-views and everyone, comes out and gives their predictions or whatever, it's rare when all of them happen to have that same pick and feel strong about it. This one just stood out.
I kind of like Waldo Cortes-Acosta just because that is one hell of a shot that he does throw, and Spivak has taken shots before. However, if he can just dodge a few of those, and if you were to get a hold of them, it's all going to go Spivak's way. Every other aspect of that fight. Out of respect for you, I too will take Spivak at minus 170. So we're on the same page.
Why is the commissioner? Oh, not the referee. Sorry. He looked like a commissioner, that ref. I was like, why is the commissioner checking them out? And I hate that they check their nails there. They should do that in the back. Because if for whatever reason his nails are too long, who's trying to clip them right down in there, man?
I don't think it's all about it being long. I think it's about them being like not jagged.
Right, but check that in the back. When they go back and give you your instructions, just go, let me check out your nails. All right, they're cool. But if not, right then and there, you can go, hey, look, let's take care of this. All I want to know is the cup and the
mouthpiece.
Lack of Vaseline, that hopefully didn't spread from your face to your hands, and your mouthpiece. In fact, they even cut your nails for you. I've never had anyone cut my nails.
You haven't?
Well, I guess that's the mani-pedi thing, right? But I'm just saying, like, they do it so fast. Just some dudes like click, 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 click. And you're like, I mean, that could have been done in the back. I could have done it myself. The whole world's watching. That's a stupid thing.
My guess.
It'd be like in a NASCAR race, somebody coming right when they go, start your engines, and then they start lifting the hoods going, let me see your engine, make sure you didn't soup this thing up. Hold on a second. You could have done that an hour ago. Like, we're about to start this damn race. Pace car's already out there.
George, did you watch all the embeddeds? Somebody messed up.
Why?
Mario Batista left an open invitation for them go-karts.
I saw that. Yeah. Well, did he claim he's the best or something?
I think he did have the fastest time, which we all know is internationally known for being the winner.
You're trying to get me pissed off. Let me tell you guys what happened. I'm going to use the plate as a track. 7 cars started. Someone takes off, and someone takes off right behind them. It's like a second. I was number 2. Well, right here. It's a big old track. Probably even there's a lot of zigzagging, right? I, as the number 2 driver, passed number 1 right away, lapped that person, then went around and lapped 3 more. I had to make up the lap to catch so I could get 7, 5, and 4. I think I caught. I don't know. I didn't catch 6.
Are you racing Mr. Magoo or what? How are you lapping so many people?
Because I'm fast. 6 I couldn't catch. 6 also passed a couple people, but 6 couldn't even pass 2. What's more impressive? 6 couldn't even catch 2? Well, actually, they're the same thing. But 6 had the fastest lap. But now I know why. Because he ain't trying to pass no one. He's just trying to do a fast lap. Whoever has the fast lap wins. That's bullshit. I'm racing to be first. And by doing that, I'm passing you up, kind of like to almost say, you're so bad and I'm so good that I can lap you. But when you do it, you have to sometimes slow down because you have to find the right turn. So you go boom, blast right through them. Sometimes you're bumping cars or whatever. Nobody told me I went to Formula One qualification day. I thought I went to race cars. In that case, just go out and do your thing. We'll all watch. Then the next person will go out and do their thing. You know what I mean? That's a dumb way of doing it.
That's why we got to get Mario Batista out here on one of these tracks.
All right, Spivak, you can save my day since the stupid Dodgers lost. Spivak looks a lot bigger than usual.
I was just about to say.
He almost looks like a thin King Kong Bundy.
Just like King Bundy?
Prince Bundy.
Oh!
Nice right hand. Oh, and a kick. Oh, bet you that toe went in the eye.
That's how, what's his name, lost his vision.
Who?
Coach. Was it Winklejohn? Remember the toe? No, it wasn't.
A toenail?
Yeah, the toenail scraped his eye. And now he can't see out of it. Wasn't Wink. Who was it?
That's the favorite referee, no? Back then?
Nice jab.
And he's keeping his hands up really nice, too. Both guys. Oh, there it is. Early, too, with 3:40 left. Nope. Waldo Costa-Cortez gets right back up. This could have been trouble, man. The bodies are still dry. Spivak had gotten a nice knee pick type takedown. But he does have him against the cage, and he's a big dude. He's deceivingly strong, even though he's tall, kind of has a lankier frame. Let's see what he can do here. Almost went for a ride, but Acosta-Cortez being heavy. Just over 3 minutes here left in round 1. Well, we're 2 fights in, right, Goze? Into the featured prelims. Still 2 more to go. Josh Galvan and Bruno Silva is one of them. What's the next one? I'll look it up. I got it right here. Azamat Mazurkanov undefeated against Brenson Hibedo. That's a good one. Goze, here's another thing that I don't think I've heard too many people bring up. I don't think it's a stretch. Bilal Muhammad losing.
What just happened?
Oh, wow. What a big right hand. That guy can certainly throw a right hand, man, but he missed. Bilal Muhammad losing might have also been a good thing for Merab Dvalishvili. You want to know why, or do you already know?
Hold on.
Right hand looked like it landed for Waldo Costa Cortez, but he didn't really get the full impact.
Is it because? No, why?
It's just a reminder to stick with what got you to the dance. You know, Bilal Muhammad even admitted that he's strayed from the game plan, and he wanted to prove a point. Kept talking about Canelo hands and things like that. And now, what has he got? No strap, no pay-per-view points in his next fight. He ain't gonna get the immediate rematch like Sean O'Malley did. He's gonna have to have a road back to the title. And okay, look, and let me put it to you this way: O'Malley lost last September. He got the immediate rematch. We're already in June. Almost a whole year not being the champion's got a sting when you're used to being at the top, and all of it gets taken away from you. So I think Merab kind of has a nice reminder, like, you know, I got to stick with what got me to the dance. If there's an opening, sure, throw some hands, but hell, even his own boy Aljamain Sterling, he shouldn't have been throwing that much hands with O'Malley. I think he only attempted one takedown before getting lit up.
I feel like Cortez is starting to get a little bit of. Nice right hand by Spivak. I don't know. For as good as Merab is, there are times where he's very frustrating in game plans, and you feel like maybe he's not taking it too serious like he needs to. I don't remember every facet of the first fight, but I do remember that even though he was ahead, the rounds were somewhat close, where you felt like stop messing around and just cement the round so you can get it. And he was fooling around a lot.
Mm-hmm. Well, look, we've covered this sport for a long time. I remember when Johnny Hendricks beat Robbie Lawler with one arm. Remember that whole thing with one arm because he had an injury?
Mm-hmm.
And we all said, man, if he beat him with one arm, what's he going to do with two? Because by then he had gotten either a surgery or some rehab or something. Robbie Lawler didn't give a fuck. He was tougher in the second one. So it's not a slam dunk by any means. There's enough history in this sport to show us both sides of what can and can't happen. But I just like Merab's positioning here. The only thing I'm not starting to like is he's entering that territory of Alex Pereira, where you might be fighting too much, and then one day you're just flat. Whether it's the weight cuts, the training camps, or you're just not mentally there, you know, it can all catch up to you too. So he'll probably be due for a little bit of a layoff, but we'll see. Speaking of Pereira versus Magomed Ankalaev, man, I'm hearing yes, I'm hearing no. I guess Pereira did earn an immediate rematch. He had 3 title defenses.
He's earned whatever he wants, right?
Oh, yeah.
He's another guy that's kind of alluded to not really having much time left. By the way, that block that Cortes-Acosta did with the right hand, I think he shook it out a little bit. Remember, even though you block a kick like that, it's like saying you blocked a baseball bat swing, like it's still gonna hurt. Some guys have broken their forearms that way.
Unless you're Max Cady.
Yeah.
I wonder if those 3 guys could show their face in Cape Pyer, North Carolina, after, that's their whole thing. You need someone taken down, call us. Then the word gets around town that you 3 couldn't even beat one dude, and you had the weapons.
Here's what I don't understand. The dude that had the chain, wouldn't you have to go through a lot of shit in that tool shed before you went, I'm taking this chain?
You know what I think is probably one of the best weapons is, remember those Santa Ana policemen that have that little baton?
Yeah.
That little skinny baton? I think that
Those
one.
hurt.
It's not heavy, and all you got to do is kind of like a clack. So you have to go, oh yeah, bitch, what's up? And then you all of a sudden swing a whole bat. You can just do clack, like on a shin, on a forearm. and you're already going, I don't think I want any more of that. Uh-oh, Spivak's still standing more than I'd like him to. I'd really like him to get a takedown right now.
Costa's playing with fire, his hands down. He's got that right hand cocked, though.
Yeah, he does. Necesita Spivak. Necesita Spivak. Grande.
Those of you who don't speak Spanish, George was just saying that he wants another pizza, but big, grande, so large. Man, Costa's shorts.
Not a good look for Venom, huh?
I think maybe they'll get a pass just because how big these dudes are, but yeah.
Well, I think he cuts them anyway, just so he can throw kicks. So right away he cuts them on his own, but probably through some grappling, maybe Spivak got a nice little tear in on that. Oh man, necesito un takedown. I need a takedown from Spivak.
It's weird because this,
knee pick again. Can he get the takedown? There'll be 2 minutes left. If he did and he doesn't, they disengage. The attempt was there, though. Now it's still a quick reminder that that's what that guy can do. I need to be aware of that. Oh, kick to the head. Waldo absorbed some of that, but it wasn't flush. Nice karate chop by Waldo to the body.
yeah,
Rarely
right
see that.
tire.
Waldo Acosta Cortez is talking a little smack. Cortez Acosta, sorry. I think I'm thinking of Alexandria Acosta Cortez when I said that.
Mm-hmm.
I'll just call him Waldo. How is it that he needs to be Waldo Cortez Acosta everywhere he goes? But Elon Musk's son, he's just X. He's just a letter.
I don't know.
Of course, he's 5. I don't think he can really tell you why. Well, we're almost at the end of round 2, and I feel like my guy's winning, but I still don't feel comfortable because that one punch power, they both got it, but I think Acosta Cortez packs more of it, even as the gas tanks are deteriorating.
But see, the thing is, like, Waldo, he's relying too much on this big punch, and he's letting a round slip away that maybe if had he been a little bit more active, he could have stolen the round.
He just ripped the body really nice to finish the round.
Mm-hmm.
Sí. No, ya no más pizza. Ya estoy bien. Ahora vamos a pasar esta chela, gracias. ¿Te vas a quedar despierto? ¿Qué no te duermes tú? ¿Me contaste? ¿Qué no te dormiste en el último pay-per-view? Sí. Last time I wrote my uncle or my cousin Rodrigo, I go, my nephew, hey, did you see that, man? I fell asleep. That's why I'm teasing him right now. I'm like, well, you going to fall asleep today? He goes, no, I never fall asleep. En un pay-per-view, te escribí, te dije, ¿viste? Dijiste, no, me quedé dormido. Unos meses. No sé si fue Fight Night, quizás.
Let me see something.
All right, here we go. The crowd needs to get back into it, man. After that Jew win, the South Korean, holy cow, the crowd was going nuts. and granted, the arena wasn't full, but right now it's almost 9 p.m. Like, seriously, where are some of these people that are late to showing up to the party? They're starting to fill up a little bit.
Did they give him new shorts, or do they have the world's greatest tailor?
No, new shorts. Derek Lewis would have said, "I'm good, huh?" And just fought in his underwear.
Mm-hmm. Anytime I think of Derek Lewis, I think of those pancakes. That was two massive towers, dude. Massive. And he ate them like nothing.
I thought Waldo would be more tired by now, so I'll give him props. He's competing. He's gotten up from takedowns. And Spivak, he's actually struck better than I thought. I thought he'd be more focused on the grappling.
Uh-oh. Nope. He's just playing around. Cortes-Acosta, he ducks the same way every single time.
Yeah, and I think that was a mistake for Cortes-Acosta to joke around here because he allowed Spivak to kind of put him up against the fence. But Spivak needs to be careful of that uppercut. He's got his hands up like he should, but still, sometimes the uppercuts can be sneaky too.
Mm-hmm.
And all it takes is a shot to the head, and you get wobbled. And like I said, I've seen Spivak get knocked down before. I hate calling people chinny, but what I mean by that is, there's not this. It's not like you can say he's never been knocked down or anything like that.
Yeah. And I mean, look, you got the number 7 versus number 11. A lot's on the line. If you get a win here, you might get a title shot in the next 5 years when they resolve what's going on in the top of the division, right?
Yeah. How about Jones? Now I want Ngannou. Oh my God. 3 years in between the time Ngannou was at the top and Jones said, I give up the light heavyweight strap. I want to become a heavyweight. And I remember he posted something within 6 weeks going 260. I'm looking legit, like acting like he was hard. So it's not like it took the full 3 years. He got that weight up pretty quick. Then all of a sudden Ngannou leaves. Yeah, I'll slip in. Give me Gon. All right, props. I'll give him props. He finished Gon. Ngannou went the distance with Gon. But he beat him. Well, he did have a torn ACL too. But still, Jones finished him in the first round. Props, Jones. Props. I don't have any problem with the results of in your career, your fights, because you've won them all. A couple close ones. I did think Dominic might have got him 3-2, but regardless. But then he focused so much on Miocic, and so did the UFC, and look what that caused, man. Just because we needed to have that fight. No one walked out of that arena at Madison Square Garden after Jones and Miocic and said, it sure was worth the wait. Thank God the UFC came through and made this one happen. No one said that.
Oh my God, dude, that kick almost missed. Or I almost hit him. He's playing with fire. I think Cortes-Acosta is pretty tired at this point.
I know. Here's the strike count. Cortes-Acosta won the round 2 strike count, and I can't remember how much grappling there was. Stranger things have happened when I look at numbers like that now. Starting to get nervous, man.
We can't hold on to the
cage. Oh, he can't hold on the top. That should be a point, man.
It was blatant.
Yeah. Like, I'm surprised Beltran didn't go, hey, what are you doing?
Mm-hmm. A lot of people don't know this.
Did he admonish him at all?
I have to listen to with the volume down, but it didn't appear that he got in there and said anything. It's the second time he's done it too. Oh, nice right hand from Spivak.
Damn, now he's throwing fastballs.
A lot of people don't know this, but early on in the early UFC.
Oh no.
Early UFC days, there was actually a bonus if you could throw your opponent out of the cage.
Hey man, those significant strikes are scary, dude.
Nah, I think you could tell based. Well, I think you're gonna be fine.
There's a lot of places that let you bet live betting even when the fight's over until the judges have actually rendered their scores.
Mm-hmm.
Technically, you don't know, right? So they'll leave it up there. I'm curious to see if they've left this one up there and see what it's at. Right now, Waldo Cortes-Acosta is minus 140 and Spivak's minus 110 at this moment. Okay, they just took it off. But that goes to show me this could be a Waldo fight somehow.
Nah, I just can't, dude.
Remember, those takedowns, he didn't do much with some of them. But let's see here. They're going to give it pretty quick. Buffer's already got it. I'm going to turn it up just for the score here. ¿Quién ganó? 30-27, 29-28, 29-28. Waldo won, goes.
What?
I told you those significant strikes.
I felt like he was getting tagged with.
I told you.
Man, I tried to show you respect too and take that play. $30-27 on one card.
The fans are booing. Yeah, man. The significant strike. When I saw those come up, like, oh no, hold on a second. Now I want to know who the judges are. Let's see what Twitter's saying. Not many people are chiming in yet.
George, you might gotta turn your thing down a little bit.
Okay. Okay, here's the scorecards. Yep, none of those are judges that are well known. Two judges did give Spivak round 3, but none of those judges are judges that are well known. Experienced judges. And New Jersey's supposed to be one of the top commissions.
30-27. Okay, we got to move on to the next fight. Man, I'm a joke tonight. Why'd you jinx me? Oh boy. All right. Have you taken a? Remember, you said we've been on fire. Oh, I may have jinxed us.
Oh, well, I say that before every one of these.
Have you seen the odds for the next fight?
Not yet.
I'm just gonna turn yours in. I'm just gonna turn yours in because minus 900. Well, Rezakhanov is minus 900. Ribeiro comes back at plus 600.
I think I'm done gambling for the night. Yeah, I think Mirzakhanov, I think, will win. I definitely would not give up 900 on a fighter. But all I can say is I think he'll win. I got that other person telling me, "Told you, bitch." Shut up. You got
He
lucky.
really said that?
Yeah, you got lucky to pull that one off.
Told you. Like, that's how he saw it going.
Yeah.
Where most people were like, he'll probably knock him out. He's like, nah, he won't knock him out. He'll go 3 rounds and
Get taken
like
down,
he always does.
not finish strong, and win 30-27 on one judge's scorecard. That's one of those where you go, whoo, I'll take it. And then you do that emoji where you have the zipper, kind of like there's nothing else to say.
You try and change the subject as quickly as possible. Who's the next fight? Who's the next fight?
Yeah.
I'm going to the fridge. I'm going to get some beer. Who wants some?
And you know what I don't like too is those people that say, well, I called it right. I guess that's true. Nah, I take that back.
Yeah, you can do that.
I can appreciate someone that can call the fight right and the judges get it wrong. I can appreciate that. I think it's just well, I guess what I meant more was we just lost. We take the L and we move on, like that. Because even saying that, it still hurts. Like it doesn't make you feel better. Like let's say you lose $1,000, but you go, hey, but I called it right. The sportsbook doesn't say, hey, come back over here, man. Let me toss you $100 chip just for getting it right. The breakdown, like it's so savage. Obviously, fighting, the sport is savage, the winners and the losers, but gambling is just as savage. All right, so yeah, this is the last of the featured prelims, right, guys? Oh no, we still have 2 more.
It's 2.
Well, this fight felt like it took forever. Azamat Mirzakhanov against Brenson Hibeto, and then Bruno Silva against Joshua Van. God, that stings so bad. But I knew when they showed that significant strikes and when they showed the minus 140 that my goose could be cooked. Could be. I still kind of felt confident, but especially when I heard the 30-27, because I thought Spivak closed really strong.
Mm-hmm. It just made no sense to me.
Oh boy. Now that I see some unexperienced judges sitting there around the cage, yeah, just
that's not in these type of fights, man, especially towards the top. That's gonna suck. Wow. All right, so we got 2 more here. I'm looking at the I'm seeing a lot of movement in lines.
Hey, did they ever give any explanation why Dana White wasn't at the press conference or the weigh-ins, the ceremonials?
No, but I think if we read in between the lines, we probably figure it out.
We can.
Yeah.
Perhaps you can send me a DM. Because I can see not going to the press conference, because sometimes people will go, Kayla, who's going to win? What are your thoughts, Juliana? And while I got Dana here, and then you ask him something about Jones Aspinall or whatever. But usually at the ceremonial weigh-ins, there's no reason for Dana to talk to anyone there. All he has to do is just kind of stand there and separate them, and he wasn't there either.
Mm-hmm. Who you got in tomorrow's game, the Pacers or the Thunder?
I think the Thunder are going to kill him.
Kill him?
Yeah. Dude, they were up 9 with 3 minutes left. So, that was a great comeback by the Pacers. But usually the bounce back is bad. The Pacers accomplished the task. Get at least one. Problem is the line's like 11. That's a lot, dude. But still. If you look at the game twos that the Thunder had earlier, I think the same thing happened where they did nice bounce backs anytime they dropped the fight.
I think 900 is a little too much, but
okay, here we go. Here are the judges. First of all, the media scores so far coming in are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 in favor of Spivak, 1 in favor of Waldo Cortes from Acosta.
mm-hmm. That's Danny, right?
Or sorry, 3 for them. One of them is Dan Segura. The other 11 are, well, no, hold on, let me start over. 3 are for WCA, and one of them is Danny. None of them are 30-27s. They're all 29-28s, but so far it's 11-3 in favor of Spivak. The judges were John Billick, Muna Carrito, and Tony Tamburino. I mean, I can honestly say I haven't heard these names. Have you?
I've heard one of them before, but
Maybe that Billick guy or something, but
not on the regular, at least.
Tony Tamburino sounds like one of the guys in Tony, what's
Like
his name?
Bronx Tale or something?
No, yeah, I was gonna say the guys from New Jersey, the Soprano crew. Hey man, I heard you owe Tony Tamburino some money. You better pay up. But I've never heard of the other two. Maybe the John Billick name, I've seen it pop up. But I just thought rounds 1 and 3 for sure were Spivak. Wow. Mirzakhanov doesn't have this statuesque body or anything, but watch how he throws punches. He actually throws really nice punches, man.
I'll be right back. Okay, George?
Yeah.
Oh, bye-bye.
There's one thing I wish Goze never said in his life again. It's that stupid phrase. Been saying it for like the last 18 years, and it drives me nuts. All right. So, if you're going to gamble, sometimes you want to at least know that you're in the hands of experienced judges. These, to me, aren't experienced judges. I won't call them bad because for all I know, the last 100 fights, they might have gotten it right, and this one they got wrong. Who knows if they're boxing judges or what? They're just not the ones you hear all the time that travel the world and know the scoring criteria. In fact, I'm gonna see if one of them took the night off. I might text them right now and go, how'd you score it? Look at all those seats still empty. Bro, well, I was gonna say New York, but New York's, under the tunnel. I don't get it. Like, I'd rather get a nice dinner afterwards. Yeah, it'll be 1 a.m., but still, a lot of places are open late. But I don't know. The night at the fights is the night at the fights. I can excuse someone for not being at the early prelims, but some decent talent fighting here. Those are ranked fighters in the heavyweights that just fought. Oh, nice punch there by Mirzakhanov. Wobbled Hibeto. Hibeto's now holding on for dear life. Mirzakhanov uses a wizard to get on top. He's mounted, and he's starting to pound his face out. Now he's got side control. Now it looks like he's chopping an arm. Nope, more ground and pound. Ref's taking a good look. Still a minute. Keep going with that.
Trust me, if we did the what annoys people, you'd have to be a
over. Fight's over. Azamat Mirzakhanov gets the win. He goes to 15-0. He's got a pudgy body, man, but he reminds me of Fedor a little bit. You look at him, you're like, this guy? He generates power, though. All right, explain the genesis. Is that Jeffrey, our cousin Jeffrey, saying, I'll be back with his dumb southern accent?
For the love of God, no. You've already done this like 3 or 4 times. It's not
tell me
Jeffrey,
again.
it's Seinfeld.
Seinfeld? Who says it?
The girl with the voice on the voicemail.
I missed that show. Are we
that show that everybody hates? Huh?
Yeah, towards the end, it was stupid. The last 2 seasons, it was like in cruise control. And I remember the last ones, people started skipping it because it lost its appeal. Like that, if it was a 10-year run, I'd say 1 and 2 were slow but funny, and then it had a nice 3 through 7, maybe 8, where people would talk about it all the time. And then the last couple, you could just tell, like, I think they had just done every possible scenario, and it was running out of steam.
I don't remember ever saying this is bad, we got to turn it off. But yeah, some episodes are way better than others.
Even the finale stunk.
That did stink. Which is weird because even the Curb finale, which was supposed to kind of like set things right, I kind of didn't like that one either.
Yeah. Curb's last season, I wasn't the biggest fan of either.
I thought it was okay, but the season before was so good that I think it was hard to top.
Is Beltran the only referee there tonight, or what? Am I missing something?
Yeah, I'm trying to think. What have we done so far? 3 fights? Hasn't he done all 3?
It's weird because I've been here for most of them, and I've seen a lot of them. ¿Cuántas peleas ha hecho Beltrán?
3 seguidas.
3 seguidas?
3 seguidas.
That's 3 in a row. Right? Joe Rogan used to respond to my DMs on Twitter. Now he's completely off. But I think he should interview Mike Beltran.
Ask him where he gets his cardio.
He's got an interesting story as an LA sheriff. Imagine the stories he has there. Then he was on a popular TV show. Granted, it was only about I don't even think he completed the whole season. What did he do, about 5 episodes of the Mayans or something like that?
Yeah.
Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu black belt. Pretty sure he was military as well. I read up on him. And then a referee for the last 20 years. Like, guy's no joke. You know what I mean? I bet you it'd be a nice, interesting chat for 2 hours or whatever. He's had Big John on. I'm pretty sure he's had Herb Dean on. That's the Marlon Moraes stunt double, huh?
Yeah. Like if you got that fuzzy wuzzy thing, that toy, and just messed around with it. Was that what it was called?
What?
Fuzzy wuzzy. Remember that thing where you can move around and put like eyebrows and beards on people on a face?
I'm not sure.
All right. Well,
What's the last one? Bruno Silva. He has hands, man, but everyone's on Joshua Van, and Joshua Van's got big odds on his side.
mm,
Like huge odds. I wouldn't even bet Joshua Van. I think he'll win, but I wouldn't bet him. He got stopped by Manel Kape in his last fight. Or sorry, I'm thinking of Bruno Silva. But he's actually had some stops with his hands. He could catch. Like, this is worth the risk, I think, because he's got the power. And flyweights usually don't have that type of power where 3 of your last fights have been wins by a stoppage.
let me see what Van by decision would be.
This might
Minus
be a chance to
110.
make up some dough. Let me look at the odds here. ¿Quién va a ganar? ¿Bruno Silva or Joshua Van?
Veo mejor a Bruno, creo.
Let's see.
Plus 475 for Bruno Silva. Seems like a disrespect. Joshua Van ain't Demetrius Johnson either.
True. Are you taking Joshua Van though? Minus 800 as a pick?
If I had to put my life on it, yes. But I need to make up some money, so I'm looking here at odds.
All right, I'm going to turn that in as on both of us, but I myself, I'm going to take Joshua Van by decision.
When Bruno Silva has stopped fights with his hands is round 2. So I'm going to pick round 2. Round 2, Bruno Silva by TKO is plus 3,000 goes.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I just got to control myself. I can't get out of hand here because it's just a prop bet. And a prop bet stung me earlier. You know how I bet 25, 50, or 100?
Hold on one second.
Okay, Rodrigo. Si gana Bruno Silva por puñetes.
Okay.
No pago TKO.
Sí.
I was making sure that wasn't going to be a any sort of Hall of Fame or something like that, or another announcement that we all expect to hear.
Es $3,000 por $100. Ya. Entonces, te voy a regalar una apuesta de $10. Si ganas $300. ¿O es mucho? I forgot, we work off solely. Te voy a regalar una apuesta de $5 y ganas $150.
Okay.
Yeah? So I'm going to put 49. You should bet this with us, Goze.
What is it?
10 wins, 300 if Bruno knocks him out in round. Tiene que ser en round 2. No puede ser round 1 or 3. No, tiene que ser round 2.
Every fiber of my being doesn't want to do this. However, you set it up in a way where I don't want to mess out. So, okay.
How much do you want? Because I'm going to do 49. My lucky numbers now are 26 and 49. I no longer do 25 and 50. I certainly ain't going to do 100. I'm a $100 player. That's my unit. But that's too much for a prop. So I'm going to do 49. 5 of it's Rodrigo's. You want to add to that?
I guess $10.
All right, so do I leave it at 49 and just strip from my winnings, or do I add it to? Ooh, that's a good question. I better add it too. And it's not the luckiest number. I mean, it's a lucky number. It's not like it's a can't miss number either. All right, so we'll do 65 total. ¿Se va a enojar tu mamá?
No.
I've been preaching to Rodrigo, gambling is no good. And so far, the 2 times we've been out, we've gambled. We went for lunch one day, and I gave him this whole sermon, you know, how it's a vice, you got to be careful or whatever. And we're walking by, over here, there's these little kiosks and stores where you can just run in and make a bet. So we went in just to check the score of some soccer games, honestly. And he goes, I'm going to pay 1 sole, which is about a quarter. See? Yeah, boy. It was like 1 sole. And, which is about a quarter, maybe. And he goes, I'm gonna play 1 sole, like 3 numbers or something like that. Gracias. And I felt like it was so innocent that I was like, all right. But do you remember when the general, not General Frost, but the other general came with the command sergeant major, Eric? I don't want to say the last name. Yeah. I remember he brought a general named Douglas, and I don't want to say his last name either. Were you with us when we all went over and played roulette?
Yeah, and they had the system.
We had the system, the MIT system. We called them the general's numbers. I still remember the general's numbers.
You do?
So I told Rodrigo, I go, all right, I'm here. So I got 100 soles, and I put 10 on every one of the general's numbers. The guy spun. By the way, when he goes, I'm going to do this, I go, what the hell? That thing was already spinning. The guy just hadn't spun the ball yet, but the other wheel was already spinning. He just hadn't done the ball. So he's kind of doing like a last call. So I go 100, and I go, this number, and he's just typing. Boom. They flick the ball. All this in 30 seconds, it won.
Oof.
So it was like, what's it, 35-1? I got 350 soles. Gané 350 soles, ¿no? En ese roulette, ¿sabes?
Claro,
Sí.
300 lucas.
Yeah, y lo hicimos rápido, ¿no? Como en 30 segundos.
Le regalaste 20 a la chica.
¿Ah, sí?
Sí.
Sí. So then, he just reminded me that I tipped her. I tipped her 20 soles, and we just got the hell out of Dodge, and we were skipping all the way home. I think he had a date that night, so I gave him a little bit too. But I felt bad because like the whole time I'm like, gambling's no good. It can lead to a lot of things. I've had a past with it, this, that, or whatever, you know. And now we're hanging out here tonight, and I'm giving him a little $5 prop bet.
You're the devil.
Dice mi hermano que soy el diablo.
Number one rule is you got to practice what you preach.
De no apostar y ahora estamos apostando otra vez.
Es uno de mis peleadores favoritos.
O'Malley y Gaethje también, ¿no?
Gaethje, O'Malley, Cody Garbrandt.
Who were his favorite fighters? Cody Garbrandt, Sean O'Malley, and who?
Justin Gaethje, Cody Garbrandt, and Sean O'Malley. Y si uno te dice, vamos a Machu Picchu, ¿con cuál vas? Si uno te dice, vamos a Machu Picchu, ¿con cuál vas? ¿Cuál de los 3 más te gustaría estar? ¿O'Malley? Sí.
Siento que Gaethje es raro, se cae.
He thinks Gaethje would fall off Machu Picchu. ¿Tú has ido a Huayna Picchu? El que es al lado de Machu Picchu.
No.
¿Has ido a Machu Picchu?
No, Machu Picchu sí.
Ah, ya.
Huayna Picchu, no.
¿No sabes lo que es Huayna Picchu? Es al lado, pero tienes que firmar porque es peligroso.
Sí.
Sí.
All right, we got our picks in. Who was the berserker?
Rings a bell, but I couldn't tell you.
Somebody in the chat named Berserker, but it reminded me there was a berserker back in the day.
So it's a Junkie Radio listener or it's a fighter?
No, it was a fighter. Well, I know it was a pro wrestler that was a berserker too. Wasn't it Ben Rothwell? Wasn't he the berserker for a little bit?
I don't think so. I don't know.
Man, these commercials are driving me crazy. At least it's not the same one.
All right. What are you thinking about for Luke and Holland? That's going to be the first fight of the night, right?
I think it's going to be a lot more competitive than most people think. If you look at the odds, Holland's minus 190, Luke's plus 155.
Oh wait, did I make this bet? Hold on. Can you imagine if we won and I didn't get it in? Yeah, we're in. We're in.
I actually think Luke might take him. I don't like betting Kevin Holland because you just never know what he's going to do out there.
That's the thing, Goze. And Luke has really nice hands. I still don't feel like he's the same since that brain bleed he had. He insists that he is. He's obviously won fights since then, but part of it's him just getting older. But Holland doesn't really test you that way. He doesn't have like these bricks attached to his wrists, like Mike Perry, for example. And Luke obviously is well versed on the ground, as is Holland. But Luke gets results. And he's just fought better competition. And the thing, you said it, it's hard to trust Holland. Even at the weigh-ins, he's sitting there, he's smiling.
And the World Cup.
Like, he's just not, I don't know, whereas Luke was literally staring right through him. And I don't know, man. Oh, boy. Imagine if we hit this a second round TKO. Goes, you'll win 300. Rodrigo will win 150.
Wait, am I winning soles or dollars?
Dollars.
Okay.
Me preguntas si va a ganar soles o dólares.
Hey, you never know, man. Bobby the Brain over here might. What is this?
Ya es, mis otros dos sobrinos no han llegado, si no también les hubiera hecho. Los voy a llamar. Creo que es muy tarde, pero a ver si llegan.
How long would you
No, pero
survive
antes de que peleen.
in a Predator movie?
If I was in part of the Apollo Creed's gang?
Yeah.
I feel like I'm a good survivor. So I certainly wouldn't go out first. Like, I think Billy Bear was one of the first, right?
No, he was the last.
Okay, then who was Apollo one of the first? Who's one of the first? Jesse Ventura?
No, yeah.
Okay,
It
I
was either
wouldn't
him. What was Poncho? I think his name was or something.
Yeah, I wouldn't go out early. Now, would I be one of the guys at the no? Let's use the Warriors as a better example. Who went out? Cleon, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, Cleon was in charge of the guys, so he goes against the traffic. Sorry, the Warriors, 1979 flick. Some of you may not have heard of it. Too bad. Cleon says, go against the traffic. And so their gang is going against the traffic, against the cop. But he saved the gang. He was smart. It's just that he got hammered by someone who told a lie and said the Warriors did it. He fought off one or two guys, but then all of a sudden he got manhandled. And all right, who's next? Did Ajax go down next?
No, he was one of the last ones too. Next would be Fox, I think.
When he got thrown in the subway.
Mm-hmm.
He was too busy running with the girl. You know, he was. I don't know. That's an awful way to go too, to get run over by a subway. I don't think I would have went out that way, and I certainly wouldn't have gone out like Ajax. Though he didn't die, he just went to jail. So at the end, I think I would have been one of the survivors. I think I would have been one of the ones on Coney Island on the beach that got to actually walk through that guard of honor and through the rifts. Remember when they separated?
Mm-hmm.
They gave him the guard of honor. I think I would have been one of those guys that walked right through there and went about my business. Now, there's a chance I could have been Cowboy, but from fatigue, not from being a puss. Because I've never really been in the best shape, and Cowboys running from some baseball furies gets tired and gets lit up. Yeah, I'll say that. Maybe I could have got lit up or something, but I wouldn't have been that one dude. Who's that little scaredy cat guy that got slashed by one of the Lizzies or something?
Rembrandt?
Yeah, he was no fun. We need to get out of here, guys.
I don't think I make it past that Turnbull AC sprint.
Yeah, that was crazy. All right, here we go. Joshua Van, 13-2 overall. And his opponent is Bruno Silva. Now, Bruno Silva's 14-6. That's not the greatest record, but he has won 3 of his last 4, and those 3 have been finishes.
Here on the website, if you go top left-hand corner, there's a little check mark. That's going to show you what we've picked so far. Middle is the odds. The right is the little chat room we have here on the Panda side. Let's see here. You and I both have Van winning this fight, and I have Van winning by technical decision.
Joe from El Paso says, I think all translators should look like the fighter they're translating for. Okay, I take it back. Red looking all right there. Ese se llama Red de la Cruz. Esa, sí. ¿Prefieres ir a Cusco con ella o con Sean O'Malley? Sean O'Malley. Ah.
Oh.
All right, here we go. Acuérdate, este round, que pase lo que... Oh, what a kick. I'm at 450, 49, right, 48, 47.
Okay.
Yeah. It's weird because in the streaming world can sometimes lag too, even though you can even things out. Pase lo que pase en este round.
You're over there hitting pause on Red De La Cruz.
Si Silva lo agarra en el segundo round, ahí está. Somebody pointed out that the NBA Finals, their parquet doesn't look like it has in previous years. It just looks like a normal basketball floor, like the NBA dropped the ball. It made me think, what do you think of the UFC's canvas? Like, is there anything they could do? Kind of still seems like the same. Like, I don't know. I mean, I guess that's their job, right? The sponsors, but like, there's nothing they could do in the digital world, maybe, you know, like.
Well, the outside they've spruced up, right? The walkway now that all lights up, but yeah, the actual mat, unless it's 100, 200, or 300, they don't really do.
I thought the yellow looked great.
I liked the WEC, the blue mat.
It's almost like they have too many. I never hit these types of props, dude. But this would be a nice hit. It'd be so big that if Waldo invited me to his after party, I'd go.
Oh. Nice right hand from Joshua Van. This is the fight that I highlighted on spinning back click. I just don't see how it's not fun. Skill set wise, both these guys bring a lot to the table.
Speaking of spinning back click, that was a spinning back kick by Bruno. Kind of got partially blocked, but that is our Monday show live every Monday, noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific. We discuss all the latest news, talk about all the latest results. So we'll be unpacking UFC 316 with our colleagues. Maybe Goze can tell us who's on the panel this week. And we'll also preview the stuff that's coming up. Van just hurt Bruno. Let's see if we can get out of this. He's up, but you can tell he's still hurt. He's still clearing the cobwebs. 2:10 left here in round one. Let's see if we can get out of it. Our prop bet is for round two, and we need Bruno to make some sort of a comeback here, but he is definitely still dazed. Do you know who's on the panel this week, Goze?
Yeah, I don't remember seeing it, but let's see.
Victor Ribeiro, a former UFC. Well, I know he's a former Pride lightweight. Oh, Joshua Van just stuck him again, but he ate it like a champ. I can't remember if Victor Ribeiro had any fights in the UFC, but he was a top 10 lightweight back in like 2005. That's your referee right now, folks. So good to see guys like him and Frank Trigg reffing fights. Guys like Chris Lytle, Herb Dean, he was a former fighter. Those guys reffing and judging.
Wait, oh, you mean
Chris Lieben, sorry.
Yeah.
Just over 1:10 left here. Bruno Silva
doing commentary though.
Trying to do a takedown, but he ran into a wall in Joshua Van. In round two is cuando gana Van. Oh, Silva. I'm telling my nephew, the research I did was when Silva wins his TKOs, they've all been in round two. So I would have hated to pick either round one or three. Three did have higher odds, but I felt like if he did it in two, I'd go, man, I'm dumb. Why did I just follow suit? Maybe he's the guy that starts slow and then needs to, get into the fight a little bit before the urgency sinks in or finds his groove or finds his timing or finds his range. I don't know. So we're almost out of that pickle, Goze. We can't win the fight regardless of who wins here. We can't even win any money in this round. And we're almost out of this jam right here.
It's been fun so far.
Yeah, a clear Van winner, unless they have the judges from the last fight or the fight before.
Look at Shaolin.
Yep. Ready to jump in. Keeps himself in good shape.
Excellent grappler back in the day. So right now, you're not seeing commercials. You're seeing
the corner. I can hear them.
Right? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And it's free for you, right?
It's part of a package, kind of like, HBO Max is $10 a month or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
It's that. Okay, guys, we have 5 minutes here to make some money. Here we go. Hopefully Bruno's corner. I saw Eric Albarracin, the captain there, told him this is the time. Fuck him up.
Oh. Probably not what we want to see here, but
well, a takedown and ground and pound would work, but yeah, I want to see something happen with the hands.
He keeps missing with that right, just barely.
Goze, what if Captain Eric said, I'll guarantee you Silva will get the KO, but you got to wear the glasses I wear every day for the rest of 2025 anytime we go out? No. But now your bet is Your bet is it wins 3,000, not 300.
Every day when I go out, I gotta wear it.
Yeah, you got to wear the white glasses he wears. We're down a minute so far.
Pass. It'll be cool for the first week. Yay, 3,000. But fuck. After a month, you're just gonna be like, oh, this bullshit again. Think about it, you forget to take out the trash like at midnight. You're walking out there, you're like, oh shit, I gotta go upstairs and get the glasses.
$90 seconds gone.
Get an Amazon package that they don't put right next to the door. Ugh.
I feel like that guy from Crimson Tide. 1,600 feet, 1,700 feet. What did he say? At 1,900, it's all over because the submarine kind of caves in, right?
Mm-hmm.
2 minutes gone. 3 minutes left, guys.
Nice kick.
Come on, Silva, throw your hands.
Silva lands a nice left hand, straight right or straight left hand, but didn't really seem to bother Van. Van's got a nice jab when he pops it.
Yeah, he does. Oh, nice body shot by Silva. Silva's getting lit up by that jab. His face is crimson now. Van looks thick for 125. Legs, arms, everything. It probably does not feel good when he hits you. But Silva's standing there. And look at those seats, still empty for the most part. Or is that all Secret Service and everything? Because I think President Trump's going to be there, right? Well, that's the opposite of what we needed. Hopefully Silva survives and Van blows his load. Nope, he's up at least.
Nice takedown.
Necesitamos ground and pound. No puede ser submisión. Well, that's how hard Van hits that even Silva, who likes knocking people out, is looking for takedown attempts.
Damn, I think he's hurt again. That might be it, dude.
Oh, that's it. Oh, aquí se acaba la pelea. It's almost like Van's corner told him, see if you can hit it in round 2. Let him up. Let him up.
Need a miracle here.
Wind up that right hand. Throw something. Point to the ground. Silva looks like he's been ran over by a van, huh?
Yeah.
He's telling his corner, did you get the license plate of that vehicle that ran me over? And the corner goes, no, but we know it was a van.
What is this?
¿Ya habías gastado la plata? The nephew's sad. I expect Van to make a statement here and knock him out, Goze.
I definitely could see that. I don't know.
He's 13-2 overall. He's
To
won.
be nice.
He's won 3 in a row. He lost to Charles Johnson, and then before that, he had a little mini run coming to the UFC from Fury. So he's 6-1 as a UFC fighter.
Be nice
Joshua
to make
Van
that
también le ganó
statement.
Kevin Borjas. Sí.
¿Perdió el gallinero?
Joshua Van le ganó una vez. Kevin Borjas is a Peruvian fighter who we were supposed to see the other day at a seminar here, but he wasn't there. But we did see Jesus Pinedo. Jesus Pinedo fights for the PFL next Friday on ESPN. Gabriel Vargas is his opponent. This will be the third time they mix it up. They're 1-1. Braga won a decision, but Pinedo got the ultimate revenge when he beat him in the finals of the 2023 regular or playoffs for the PFL. He won $1 million.
Silva came
in
in.
what's called world tournaments, $500K at stake. Recently, we talked to Kevin Lee, who is happy. He's joining in the semifinals. He's still eligible for that $500K. Go ahead, go Silva. What?
A lot more aggressive. He came out. You could tell he knows he needs something big. Which, if you're a Silva fan, I mean, you want to see that out of him. But Joshua Van just seems so composed.
How much would it take you to wear Albarracine's glasses for the rest of the year? Since 3,000 is not enough.
At least 3,000 a month.
I don't get it. I mean, it's not like they're not Elton John glasses or nothing. Like,
have you seen them?
I have, but I don't think you have to take them out when you take out the trash. Like, if you and Laura go catch a movie, or if you go to Extreme Couture, or you go to the strip to meet some friends, you'd wear them, and everyone would go, "What the hell are you doing?" And you go, "It's just my look." But I don't see how it gets you beat up or arrested. Like, I don't.
Well, for one,
the year's over and you got 30 grand.
For one, I don't like wearing sunglasses too often. So that part already sucks. I'm outside, but like I can be outside of the home and be inside where somebody'd be like, even if I'm wearing regular sunglasses, like, what's that idiot doing? It's just really inconvenient.
Nice right hand landed by Silva, but man, Joshua Van answered with 2 of his own. Well, you can't say he's a puss, that's for sure, because Silva was getting wrecked. And even when he tried to go to the takedowns, Van was stuffing him, but Silva's standing right there in front of him. And we're past the over-under of 2.5. He might make it to a decision. It ain't going to go his way. And I've already cracked the joke, unless the Spivak judges are judging. Then Silva's in cruise control now.
I saw Sal D'Amato.
Yeah, Scott Fontana from New York Post texted me. He said the only traveling judges are Sal D'Amato, Eric Colon, and Chris Lee. The rest of the judges are local. More like loco.
Man, that nose is battered.
Nice job there by Silva.
Look, this is a good performance from Joshua Van, but you're right. A stoppage is a huge exclamation point.
Exactly, because we got Kai Kara France and Alexander Pantoja at the end of the month for UFC 317 co-main event. Nice body shot by Joshua Van. And then, you got your chasers, which are Marino, Royval, Kopp.
He's going to get it.
Yeah, I think so too. And good save. Great refereeing by Hibedo. There wasn't any. You didn't even need to give him any other chances or anything like that. But yeah, what you want to do is you want to get in that next bunch with Kopp, Royval, Tatsuya Taira, Amir Albazi, because one advantage Van has is he hasn't faced Pantoja. Pantoja's probably getting tired of lapping people because he's literally fought some guys twice and beaten them. Some in title fights and some just overall.
That was a little bit of the talk if you guys tuned into our preview show, was fighters just really putting a stamp on their division before they decide to move up. And guys like Pantoja and Merab will have that opportunity, right? See a guy like Topuria, a guy like Makhachev, just feel like it was too early for them to take off. So here we are. We're at pay-per-view time. Do you have to make any switches or does it just automatically do it?
You and I will probably have to sync up. I think I still stay on the same broadcast.
Let's see if Joshua Van has a name here.
Pantoja's won 7 in a row. Joshua Van's up next with 4 in a row, him and Diego Lima. Nice streak in the flyweight division.
Mm-hmm. All right, let's switch this over.
Wow, Rogan rushed him off pretty quick.
Wonder why he did that. I don't even have the option to go to the pay-per-view right now.
They're up against the clock, maybe, is all I can think of. They want to run that little highlight, Baby O'Reilly with the UFC highlights in the arena, maybe. I don't know.
If you all don't mind, please retweet, reacts, whatever you want to call it. Anything we got on social media. We love doing these. We want to keep doing these. Here we go. Huh.
¿Puedes abrir? Se llama Marco. Es un primo, un sobrino. I got another nephew joining the party here. The pay-per-view portion is about to start. Hola, Marco. Él es Rodrigo Marco. Ahí hay pizza, si quieres. También hay chelas y Coca-Cola. Sírvete. Yeah. All right. So we're starting off with Kevin Holland and Vicente Luque. And now we'll give you guys a little bit more of a play-by-play and color commentary because sadly, not everyone gets the pay-per-view. I understand it. And maybe if I didn't work in the industry, I would have skipped a few as well. So I'm definitely not coming to you from the angle of being a hater or anything like that. I think it's a pretty good one. Like, there's a lot of ranked fighters here. So I'll go to bat on behalf of the UFC and say, it's not a bad pay-per-view. You got Vicente Luque and Kevin Holland, Mario Batista and Patchy Mix, Calvin Gastelum and Joe Pyfer, and then the 2 title fights, Juliana Peña against Kayla Harrison, Merab Dvalishvili against Sean O'Malley. So we'll be with you guys for the next 3 hours or so for the pay-per-view. Remember, if you don't order it, just stay here. No need to hit refresh on Twitter or X or Threads or call your buddies and text them. Hey, what's happening? Tell me what's happening. We'll tell you what's happening in real time.
I'm a little nervous because normally you can get on the main card stream with about 3 or 4 minutes before the prelims are over. It's not even available. I know I ordered it.
Whoa, you don't have it?
It's not popping up yet. Usually they still have the prelims as live.
Oh, okay. Maybe they're just exiting now.
But you know how they always have their issues?
Yeah. And I think that might be the end of the ESPN era too, from what I hear. Although I haven't heard anything official, it's just those rumblings. Somehow this can't be right. There's no way I still got a 5-team parlay. Oh, this was, yeah, I do. Okay. It's kind of a long shot parlay. I could use it at this point, though. All right.
There we go. All right.
Ah, ya. También tengo microwave si quieres calentar la pizza. I'm going to close this window, because the traffic's a little loud.
Okay.
I did it at first to get a little cool breeze going, but it hasn't stopped. Wait, can you hear it?
I heard a car zoom by right now.
Okay.
He'll be back. Very good main card. Okay, we got Kevin Holland minus 190, Vicente Luque plus 155. I don't like betting Kevin Holland. I've told you guys this on the preview show. It's not that I don't think he's a good fighter. I think he is a good fighter. He doesn't seem to really take this as serious as other fighters do. And if I'm going to put my money on someone, I need to be sure that they're not okay with the outcome of losing. And I don't get that feeling from Kevin Holland. So I am going to go Vicente Luque plus 155. George, what are you doing?
I've heard a lot of guys say Holland's going to win. I understand what they're saying, but Luque's a gamer, and I like underdogs, so I like Luque.
All right.
You're right. Every time Holland loses, it stings so bad because he's always smiling, and you see him after the fights and he's laughing it off like it ain't no thing, And it sucks because in 2020 he went 5-0, I think. And he was the toast of the town. He became one of Dana White's favorites. In fact, I think Dana White used to say he used to buy him shoes because he knew Kevin liked shoes. And I think Kevin returned the favor and bought Dana White shoes. So imagine when you're one of your boss's favorites and your boss is Dana White, like you might feel a sense of security or whatever. But let me tell you something, man, this business is cutthroat. You lose that wrong fight, and that matchmaker will tell you, buddy, you're 4-6 in your last 10. Like, we've done everything we can here. I just picked that name out of my ass. But let me see. Right now, Kevin Holland's 27-13. And in his last 5 fights, he's 2-3. He's 2-4 if we go back 6 fights. If we go back to the 3-year mark, which would be June of 2022, he'd be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. He'd be 5-6. Now he's not losing to bums. Reiner de Ritter, Roman Dolidze, he had a rib injury in that one. Michael Venom Page, Jack Della Maddalena, the current champion. Hamzat Chimaev, remember there was a little scramble at UFC 279 when Diaz and Ferguson got matched up. And Stephen Thompson is the other one. Very, very tough matchup. So these guys aren't bums. His wins are respectable. Santiago Ponzinibbio, Tim Means, Michael Chiesa, Michael Olenechek, and Gunnar Nelson most recently. So the losses have been the bigger names. You could almost say that next level, he just doesn't. He doesn't win against the next level. Vicente Luque. So, by the way, Kevin Holland's 32. Vicente Luque is 23-10-1. He's 33. He beat Thamba Garimbo by Anaconda choke. That's what I really like is his front chokes. Joaquin Buckley he lost to. No shame in that. He beat RDA, kind of an older RDA last year. Lost to Jeff Neal and Bilal Muhammad. Beat Michael Chiesa, Tyron Woodley, Randy Brown, Nico Price. It's a tough one, man, but you're giving me odds and you're giving me the guy that seems to take the sport more serious. I'll take him.
Yeah, for sure. Line just moved. Holland is now minus 185. Vicente Luque plus 150.
See there, we're moving lines already. Our action. What was it before?
155.
So he's a bigger dog, so we didn't move the line. You like Luque, right?
I like Luque, yeah.
Yeah. I'm going to bet him right now. Something small. My lucky number, 26. And two more. You're not joining this one, right, Goze?
No.
Ok, vamos a hacer uno más ya, Rodrigo. Pero tenemos que ganar 3.
¿Cuál?
I'm telling Rodrigo we're going to do one more, but we got to win 3. Vamos a empezar con Luque. ¿O tú quieres Holland?
¿Es Kevin Holland?
¿Sí? Pero Kevin Holland es el favorito. I'm telling my nephews here, Kevin Holland's the favorite. Voy a apostar Luque. Y les voy a dar $5 a cada uno, ¿ya? Pero tenemos que ganar 3 empezando con Luque. A ver, so I'm going to put 36 instead of 26. 26 for GG, 36, 10, 5 for Marco, and 5 for Rodrigo. We'll start with Luque. Si pierde, perdemos. Es un parlay. Y si gana, ganamos. Escogemos la próxima. See, right now, I don't get to hear John Anik or Joe Rogan or DC. I just hear these Spanish commentators. And right now could be the time. You tell me, Goze, isn't this when Dana does his walk-in with the president? Have they done that yet?
Normally, he hasn't done it yet because, well, I mean, he may have, but right now they're doing the whole highlights on Sean O'Malley and Merab Dvalishvili.
I know you all don't like it when you tune into sports and sports become political. But I do think it's big news, so I'm only going to bring it up one time. Normally, in the past, he's walked in with Elon Musk. This time, there won't be an Elon Musk. The president and Elon Musk have had their exchange on social media, and it's gotten ugly. So, now I'd be shocked if he walked in with them. That would mean they made up. But I think there would be one less in that entourage this time.
Yeah. Now we're seeing highlights here for Juliana Peña and Kayla Harrison. There are 2 girls involved in that fight. However, there's a third one that people haven't talked about too much, and that's Amanda Nunes, who seems to be keen on coming back. And no matter who comes out on top here, if it's Juliana Peña, then it's a grudge match, right?
Mm-hmm.
Although, yeah, but whatever, they're 1-1. If it's Kayla Harrison, that's probably going to do some pretty big numbers. It'll be interesting.
But if Peña beats Harrison, Peña's profile does go up. Because I know what you mean. The Nunes stoppage of Peña was so bad, we didn't really need to see a part 3. In fact, Nunes would be a gangster if she said, yeah, I was going to come back, but for Harrison, not for Peña. Oh, that would sting Peña.
Maybe, yeah. I mean, look, you know Peña. She's just going to say whatever. She's probably going to say, yeah, because she's scared of me and what I did the first fight. Something stupid like that. Kayla, the problem with Kayla is you can kind of poke holes, right? If Juliana beats her, well, she wasn't as good as we all thought. She came from another organization, all that type of stuff. I would be happy to see Amanda Nunes back.
What do you think Don Davis is doing? Is he cheering for Mix and Harrison?
That's a good question.
Harrison is a homegrown PFL. Mix just kind of did a stopover. He really is more of a Bellator fighter who did a stopover of one fight at PFL, and then he had a terrible exit. But
I would imagine he's rooting for Kayla. Mix probably not so much.
I've asked to have him on the show. We've had the other guy on the show,
Peter Murray,
the other executive, Peter Murray, who I think might even be Don Davis's boss. I think he's the CEO, but we haven't been able to get him. But I sure would love to tell Don Davis, do you take back anything of that you've said? Do you think you played your cards wrong? These spats never come out in the favor of the promoter. Rarely do they ever come out in favor of the promoter.
Mm-hmm.
It took Dana White for years to win over fans so that they could say, no, Dana's got a point. I'm sticking with my boy. Usually it's always the fighter that comes out. ¿Sigue aquí en la misma o tengo que cambiar el canal?
¿Cómo?
Sigue en el mismo canal, ¿no? Yeah, okay.
They've been really pushing this Thorn recovery, even on the embeddeds.
What do you mean?
Getting a lot of the commercials that we were getting here in the States. The
drink
that they use, yeah. But even on embedded, they even set it aside.
Who owns it? I'm curious to see who owns it.
I don't know.
A Paul brother, Dana White, it just seems like it stays within a circle. I've drank Pedialyte here a few times in Arequipa when I feel like I'm dehydrated.
Mm-hmm.
I just wanted to ask my cousin downstairs and his wife are both doctors. Like, could you drink one per day, or is that too much? Is that just for when you're having a rough bout?
Like if you had Pedialyte every single day, like as a drink?
Like I try and drink 5 waters a day. Like, see these? I try and drink 5 of these a day.
Mm-hmm.
What if I drank 4 and 1 Pedialyte? Like, is that a bad thing?
If you're drinking a lot of water with it, I don't think it's the worst thing, but I don't think it's a good thing because of like the amount of sugar
electrolytes
that it has.
Yeah, I'm doing it for the electrolytes, I guess. But there's Gatorade with electrolytes, which is I think better in terms of the sugar, and then there's a few other drinks that are, mostly people take them when they're sick. Was it too loud in the back, or is it okay?
Maybe a little bit down, but not too far off.
I took it down 2 notches.
I think there should be a universal system for all TVs when it comes to notches. In my room, if I put it past 9, it's pretty loud. In this room, I could put it at 25 and I probably still need to turn it up. I think downstairs you get like up in the 50s, right? Like, don't even try and listen to the TV at 20. Yeah, that bad boy's got to at least be at 30.
Yeah, sometimes I think I need to clear out my ears or something, because I've been taking it up a little bit more.
I tried to do that last time I was at the ear, nose, and throat. I've been dying for them to do it, but every time they look in, they go, "There's nothing there."
¿Puedes ver, Marco? ¿No te tapan mis chelas?
Have you ever had a barbecue stuffed baked potato?
Barbecue stuffed baked potato. It's like barbecue sauce on the baked potato?
No. Well, I'm not sure, but if I had to guess, it would be a baked potato stuffed with like barbecue. So like maybe some cut up steak or something.
No, I'd rather just have the cut up steak with the baked potato next to it. I don't see the need for it.
Sounds interesting.
If you handed it to me, I'd probably take one bite and go, how about that? And then I'd start scraping off the meat and just eating it the way I think you should eat it. I'd be shocked if it was that type of game changer where you say, can you start including my steak within the baked potato now going forward? Looks like it's filling up in Newark, New Jersey. And we got Kevin Holland walking out here to the octagon. Fist bumping the crowd. He works the crowd really nice. He's really could be a fun fighter to follow. Oh, man, what did he give him? Looked like he was going to give that kid a jacket. And then he didn't. Maybe just fist bumped him.
Hold on. You just saw that right now?
Yeah. Am I behind?
Yeah. We'll figure it out when the fight starts. Because right now I got him in the prep point getting Vaseline.
Okay. So do I.
Yeah, I think he was just going for a high five, but he had the jacket on.
Right. Yeah. That would have been cool if you gave him the jacket.
Yeah.
That's why I say Kevin Holland could make it a lot more fun. He does less interviews nowadays. He just kind of reached that point where unless he's getting paid, like that type of feeling, if it doesn't benefit me somehow, I'm not going to do it. And that's weird because it seemed like he embraced media and his fans and performing, and he's got balls of steel, man. He'll fight middleweights and welterweights just back and forth, no problem. He'll always make weight. And he just doesn't seem to be scared of anyone. But like I say, he has these moments where he brain farts and it's cost him a few. Here comes Vicente Luque, part Brazilian, part Chilean. Good fighter, really solid fighter. Probably been a top 10 fighter for the last 10 years, it seems like. Did have one bout with a brain bleed, something that concerned his team and him, but he says he's been looked after, gotten that taken care of. That's Henry Hooft in his corner. He's out of the the Killcliff team in South Florida. Used to be Combat Club, used to be Black Zillions, used to be one other name too, I forget.
Black Zillions.
Hard Knocks. They were Hard Knocks too. But now they've been Killcliff as of late.
He was born in the States too, to top it all off, right?
Yeah, I believe so. Henry Hooft, his coach there, gave us a great street fight story involving hooliganism. That's how they get down in Holland. Not Kevin Holland.
So did Irina Bars, remember? She's from Holland.
Yep.
She was a bouncer, right?
Yep. Lead bouncer too, like a cooler.
There's the president and there's Dana. So maybe they didn't do it on TV. They'll walk out.
Yeah. I have a different broadcast, so it didn't surprise me that I didn't see it. But yeah, they've usually kind of gone out of their way to do it for the North American broadcast. All right, here's the tail of the tape. Oh boy, 27-13 for Holland, 23-10-1 for Luque. Both weighed in at 170 pounds. The reach is a 14-centimeter advantage for Kevin Holland, and he comes in with an 11-centimeter height difference. I can't do the math, but it's about a 4-inch height advantage and about a 5-inch reach advantage. Yeah, for Kevin Holland, which is right. If you look at their bodies, Kevin, tall, lanky. Look a little soft in the middle from what I remember seeing him in the past, but I'm not one to talk. I admit it.
I'm going to take a guess and just think I am about 10 seconds ahead of you.
Yeah, I'm caught up. He's originally from Riverside, California, by the way, but he's been living in Texas for years. That's why you've seen him embrace that cowboy culture. He wears hats and everything. He's trained with Travis Lutter. He's trained down with who?
Johnny Hendricks, who's trained with for a while.
That's right. Yeah, a Midlothian police officer now. Shouldn't all assassins be silent? Like no one goes around town going, "I'm an assassin just for hire." If anyone wants, to hire me, I would think all assassins are silent. No,
I get what you mean. If I had to guess, he is the kind that sneaks into your house and slits your throat versus the guy that's just got like a machine gun and walks up and says, "Hey, turn around."
Where are you at with the time?
4:52, 51.
Yeah,
50.
we're identical. We're identical. All right, here we go. Kevin Holland with the black trunks, long trunks, and Vicente Luque's got tighter red trunks. None of them are wearing the tights. Kevin Holland is in the blue corner. You can tell on the wrist there. That's where the challengers will come out tonight. That being Kayla Harrison and Sean O'Malley. The red corner is Vicente Luque. Vicente Luque's got a hold of a kick. Let's see what he can do with it. He's basically a single. But Kevin Holland is hopping, and in the meantime, he's throwing some uppercuts. He made some work out of it, too, and Luque had to let it go.
He gave up too many free shots there. Like, you could just tell he wasn't going to get it.
4 minutes here left in round one. Nice jab there by Holland. Doesn't really do much with it, but he throws it nice and straight. I wanted to give him those props. Luque throwing a couple punches that don't really land. Third man in the octagon is Keith Peterson. That means no nonsense will be tolerated tonight, but it might smell like cheap booze and cigarettes by the time the fighters get out. At least that's what. Wait, that's not. Is that Keith Peterson?
Yeah.
Okay. Looks like he lost a little bit of weight. Oh, nice guy. Nice punches thrown by both guys. Now they've engaged. And Holland threw a knee right up the middle, lands an overhand right. Looks like he hurt Luque, but Luque greets him with a left. Oh, Holland with a nice 1-2. Now he throws a nice stiff jab. Luque gets off the cage, wings a big right hand that misses, but at least he's off the cage. Holland looked really good. Those punches look straight. 306, 305 left here in round one.
When he's got confidence, he can make another fighter look bad, but we'll have to see. Luque's got a big knot on the back of his, kind of behind his ear. I think it's from that elbow.
It's a huge knot. It's like a hematoma. Nice kick there by Luque. Luque with a couple jabs. He's not putting everything he has behind it, but it's because he can't reach Holland. Holland does a good job of stepping out of the way, and therefore the punches aren't landing flush. Holland doing a great job using his distance. He's got his hands in a nice position. Looks like he's ready to pop that jab at any time. Okay, an overhand right there lands for Holland. At the top of the head. Luque's all right. 205, 204, 203 left here in round one. They collide knees, it looked like. They both tried inside leg kicks. Luque landed a nice counter left hook right now.
Kevin keeps talking to him.
Nice high five there. Maybe they clacked legs again. Oh, both guys landed some punches there. Holland kind of slipped, so it looked like Luque got the better of him.
It's the distance right now. It's giving Luque a lot of troubles.
A lot of trouble, yeah.
Kevin's just hitting him before he could even get to him.
I wonder if he could benefit. Nice right hand there, Lance, for Kevin Holland. I wonder if Luque could benefit from maybe timing and letting Holland overextend himself, getting him off his back, because, yes, this reach is killing him right now. 120 left here in round one. A jab to the body by Kevin Holland. Leg kick there by Luque. Holland has a higher percentage of strikes landed.
I think right now Kevin Holland's just throwing out a little bait. Luque just has no answer for the distance, so he
Leg
might
kick there
wanna,
lands for Luque, but now a nice knee lands for Holland to the body.
he might want to revisit possibly trying to take this to the ground.
Well, like I say, that was a 14-centimeter difference in reach, and I know each centimeter, it takes 2.2 centimeters for an inch, so I might be off. It might even be closer to 6-inch reach advantage. I think I said 5. And Holland's using them very nicely. He throws a lazy head kick right now, more of a feeler, maybe setting something up.
Luque's got to feint more.
Yeah, stiff jab land for Luque. They kind of exchange a couple of words. Little respect there. End of round one. Kevin Holland round, right? 10-9?
I think so, yeah. Very safe to say. Luque's already got some damage on his face, a little under both eyes and the bridge of his nose. Henry Hoof's a good guy to have in your corner, though. He's going to give you good advice, good adjustments. Let's just see if he can make those happen.
Who have been his world champions? Kamaru and who?
Did he have Robbie when Robbie was champ?
No, Robbie was with AT&T.
Oh, you're right. Yeah,
Wow,
sorry.
what a nice elbow landed by Holland.
Who else did they have?
Nice left hook there by Luque. Great highlights there by the UFC production team. But again, I still think Kevin Holland got this this first round. Kevin Holland still considerably talking. Remember, it's Kevin Holland's goofing that's cost him fights. I clearly remember him overextending his high five, and Khamzat Chimaev said, "Nah, I'm not interested." Took him down, and Kevin never got back up.
Mm-hmm.
About 30 seconds in, still a feeling out process here. They both like throwing those left hooks, lead left hooks, counter left hooks. I want to congratulate Keith Peterson. Goes, he's got a clean look to him, almost like he lost some weight.
He's been doing that little by little. Uh-oh.
Okay, Kevin Holland caught a kick, and he gets the fight to the ground, and now he's working on a front choke on Luque. He actually is going with it now. Luque scrambling around. His leg, one of his legs is trapped a little bit. Yep. Oh, Luque taps. Kevin Holland wins. Kevin Holland is your winner for second round submission over Vicente Luque, which is exactly what I thought Vicente Luque might do to Kevin Holland. There's Joey Diaz. He shakes Sean Shelby's hands. DC's. He plays the crowd really, really good. Joe Rogan.
Mm-hmm.
Who knows what he's telling him? He skips by John Anik. Donald Trump. He has a word or two with him.
Is that Mike Tyson behind them? Yeah, right?
I think so, yeah. Dana White. Hunter Campbell. Kind of skipped McMaynard. I thought that was McMaynard. He's really walking that catwalk there.
Is that a bonus?
Might be. All right, let's see. Let's see if we can build on this. Again, he catches Luque on the downside of his career, but it's still a win and it's still a finish. It's on a pay-per-view. Now, what are you going to do? You know, what can you add to this? He's already beat Gunnar Nelson. That's 2 in a row. can he get another fight in 2025 and go 3-0 and maybe get his name back in the mix? There's the front choke there. He rolls him over to the ground, locks in one of his legs, which didn't help Vicente Luque. He starts to scramble right now, and then all of a sudden he realizes, okay, he's got a good choke here. He taps him. He couldn't free himself. All right, here we go with the official announcement. See Keith Peterson's look, guys? New hairdo, everything. All right, I'm going to turn it up to see what he says to Joe Rogan.
See who's next. Joe Rogan interviewing right now.
He's talking about being inspired by an Ali movie.
Man, he not only dissed Tyson, then he brought up Ali to top it off.
Yep. He caught that kick, and then he made something out of it. As Luque kind of goes to get up, that's when he leaves his head out there. But here's the important part. He locks up right here, the Dars, and then he gets his leg. See how he traps the leg right there? And that allows him to hold on to it. And Luque can't, leverage out. He needs to free up that leg, and he couldn't.
Let me ask you this, though,
a
George.
lot too. He's really good at the front choke, so it surprised me here.
Luque being the veteran he is, you gotta know Kevin Holland's gonna go for that, right? In that position.
He's making a play to get on the Rogan experience. Says he's committing to 170 pounds. Colby Covington.
Are they translating in Spanish, George?
He said Luque was a tough fight. Colby would be an even easier one. I don't like the Colby Covington call out, and I'll tell you why it goes. Because Covington's on the downside, like he's not going to get that type of props like he normally would. I think he should shoot higher. I do like that he's committing to 170, though.
I think he just wants big paydays and attention.
There's I'm seeing Ivanka Trump and then somebody else. And then I'm seeing somebody.
A boogie with a hoodie.
And then who was that Asian fighter? It was like an Asian fighter that won like this.
Song Yadong.
Was it?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. I started to say Japanese. I was like, I can't assume that. And so that's why I went with the Asian. But I couldn't make out that was Song Yadong. Don't they usually put the name down?
I didn't see if they did, but it looked like them.
See, here I couldn't tell who the black guy was that had a chain. It looked like he might be a boxer, maybe. I don't know.
No, it was a rapper. The hell?
Did I do that?
Yeah.
What's the rapper's name?
Hoodie Boogie with a hoodie or something like that.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So what's going on here? This is Mark Kerr they're talking about. Is it
I'm not
Smash
getting that.
Machine? Or is it a Hall of Fame type?
I don't think Mark Kerr
there.
deserves to be in it. Yeah, I just see a promotion here for Batista and Mix. Okay, guys. ¿Quién quieren, a Bautista o Mix? Bautista, ok. ¿Conocen a Mix? Porque él pelea en Bellator y PFL. ¿No lo conocen? All right, let me look at the odds.
Pioneer Wing. Huh.
For Mark Kerr?
Yeah.
Oh my God, dude. What about Dan freaking Henderson?
I don't know about this.
Mark Kerr? Well, he did win a tournament.
He did, but like, I don't know.
Okay, let me look. I want to get it right. Let's not clown just yet. So Mark Kerr in the UFC he won UFC 14 and UFC 15. So he won 2 tournaments. Respect. That means he went undefeated because after that he left for Pride. So he went 4-0. Looks like they were all finishes. I get it. It's on the heels of this movie where he's portrayed by Dwayne Johnson, The Rock. You know, yeah, maybe the minute that, let me get this down for a second. The minute that Kazushi Sakuraba made it into the UFC Hall of Fame with only one fight in the UFC, I think, I get it. You know, like you could bring people from the outside, and Kerr did do some stuff outside of the UFC. But my whole thing is, let's kind of go by seniority a little, which Kerr may have it on Dan Henderson, but they're not even. If they're even, then you go by seniority. It's like that argument. Jordan's got 6 titles and Kobe's got 5. Therefore, Jordan's better. And then you get that one jagoff that says, well, Robert Ory's got 7. Should he go ahead? No, he's not in the conversation. We're talking about all-time greats. And so then I use a tiebreaker. Kerr, I don't think is on the level of what Dan Henderson did. Dan Henderson had 2 stints in the UFC. Dan Henderson had 3 stints in the UFC. He came back, and then he left for Strikeforce, and then he came back again. And he fought in 3 different weight classes, won a lot of things, including a UFC tournament. I mean, what are they waiting for here?
Yeah. He just opened up his new bar, too. And he's having a fight party there.
The Barrel House. He said he would do a shot for every KO. How many has he had to do so far?
Definitely one early on. Who else?
Let me look.
What was the one? Joshua Van was a stoppage, right?
Yu Sang Yu. It's actually Zhu Sang Yu. That's 1. He said every KO. Azamat Murzakanov, that's 2. Joshua Van is 3. And so there's Mark Kerr, newest member of the Hall of Fame. 4-0, 2 tournament wins. That's fine. I think my only problem is, why isn't Dan Henderson in there?
We got to get this pick in, George.
Keep going. I didn't say that.
Yeah, for the fighter. Remember how it's pronounced?
Oh.
It kind of caught me off guard too. I went, what? And then I realized what happened. But
all right, what's the next fight?
Patchy Mix.
Batista and Mix. Yeah, we're gonna take Batista over here.
You know what? I'm kind of feeling that too.
You want to jump on our parlay?
No, I'm good. I think it's not that I don't think the world of Patchy Mix, but I don't like the situation that he's coming in under. I don't care how prepared one says they are. There's a reason there are camps and all that. I think Batista's just a tough out. This might be a little bit too much to chew. Had they had equal time and all that, I'd probably go Mix. But soaking in your first fight under these conditions, a little tough. So
Tenemos que ganar tres,
I'm gonna go that way.
Tres. Bautista. Tus 5 van a pagar por lo menos como 30. Man, that's time between fights. What is this, PFL?
Yeah. I mean, you would think if they did the Hall of Fame thing, they'd be a little quicker on the trigger.
Patchy Mix es el fiancé de Tatiana Suarez. Patchy Mix is Tatiana Suarez, fiance, for those that don't know. He's a Bellator Grand Prix champion, and he's also had some title defenses. He's only had 1 loss in his career. Like, he has every right to come in with some swag and some confidence, but the bottom line is a lot of people don't know who he is. So in one of the embeddeds, you see Sean O'Malley saying, "Hey, nice to meet you, brother," and he fist bumps him, and then he tries to do the same with Tatiana. That was Tatiana off to the side, but she had her hands full.
Mm-hmm. I think aside from what things that are on the line and all that, this is one of the fights I've been looking forward to the most.
Me too. I love it when they sign a free agent, man. It's so refreshing, and they've done a good job with Reiner de Ritter, who's, I wouldn't say become a star, but he's become like a little bit of a household name because he's done 3 wins so quick, all finishes. Reiner de Ritter, Kayla Harrison's 2-0. She came, remember, starting off with Holly Holm, then Kellen Vera. Now you got Patchy Mix. Don't forget Pitbull. They just signed Aaron Pico. All that's great infusion of talent into the UFC, and it allows us to answer questions that we've had all these years. We still need AJ McKee. I'd love to see Ngannou return. I'd love to see Corey Anderson return. I think he'd be a great light heavyweight to have. Brian Bader's 40-something, so I think that's just not going to happen. And Chris Cyborg, there just isn't a 145-pound division, so there's really no point of her anymore. I was bummed when she left. And who else are we looking at?
By the way, Bader's in the Smashing Machine as well.
Jake Shields and Nate Pettit used to be in Patchy Mix's corner, but I don't think I saw them. I didn't catch the whole exchange of high fives and stuff, but it didn't appear that I saw them.
I don't see how Pettit wouldn't be in there. I mean, he was even helping him days before.
Was he in the embeddeds?
Yeah.
Oh, then maybe I just missed him.
No, I don't see him.
Neither do I.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. I'm not talking about Pettit. I was talking about Gifford.
Yeah, Gifford is in there. Okay. All right, so Patchy Mix is in the octagon now, first time. Keith Pedersen doesn't get a break. He's right back there to ref. What is going on with the New Jersey Commission? You usually have a ref, and then he sits the next one out. He does the whole Vaseline check, the nail check, the cup check. You always want, fresh bodies in there. Why wouldn't you give Keith Peterson a rest and bring in Beltran, and just switch them off?
I don't know. This will be a fun one, though. This might be this kind of makes sense. New Jersey just don't want no nonsense.
Sienten aquí, chicos. Hay chelas en el refrigerador, hay Coca-Cola, hay pizza. Este es Rodrigo y él es Juan Carlos. Ellos son hermanos, son hijos de Giovanna que conociste antes. All right, let me bump up the volume a little bit. Bump up the volume. Bump up the volume. Yeah, yeah.
Oh man.
Llegaste 2 minutos tarde porque hice una apuesta y con los chicos les regalé $5 para que apuesten.
Batista's getting Vaseline on
Pero
his
la
face,
próxima te meto, ¿ya?
getting ready to enter the cage. Not the greatest performance against Jose Aldo, but you know, sometimes fighters look that way against Jose Aldo.
A win's a win, though, right?
Yeah, win's a win. This is another tough fight for him. If you look at the circumstances behind him and what he had to go through for this moment here, remember he was supposed to be in Iowa, then he got a different opponent. Like he's
Marlon Vera in Iowa, Marlon Vera in Newark, sorry, and now Patchy Mix in New York. So yeah, change of venue, change of opponent. Patchy Mix has an incredible back take, a great rear naked choke. He'll take you down and basically trap your leg. 15-2 for Mario Batista, 20-1 for Patchy Mix. They both weighed at 135 pounds. A 7-centimeter advantage for Patchy Mix, roughly about 3 inches for the reach. And then the height, a 5-centimeter advantage for Patchy Mix, roughly about 2-3 inches.
Hey, George, you got the volume up, right?
Yes.
Did he walk out to either one of the songs that we told him to? Batista?
I didn't turn it high enough to hear.
Okay.
This would be a rough year for the power couple that is Mix and Suarez. The Suarez lost their title fight earlier this year. And Mix doesn't have a title at stake here, but this is his dream to fight in the UFC, so he definitely wants to get his hand raised. I cheer for those guys. I've seen them together for the past 5 years, and good people that kind of keep to themselves. But they are a power couple, man. You know, Tatiana just took her first L ever in MMA.
Would you go with
she didn't look that good, huh?
Would you go with Swix as the power couple name?
Slicks.
Suarez and Mix.
Oh. Keith Peterson again is the third man in the octagon. And that is Red de la Cruz, right?
Mm-hmm.
Juan Carlos, te mandó un beso, la chica. Se llama Red de la Cruz. All right, here we go. This is the second fight of the pay-per-view here. The swing bout. Mario Batista coming out of the red corner, opening up with some kicks. Nice little inside that lands for him. Patchy Mix is out of the blue corner. He's wearing black tights to Batista's
nice right hand,
trunk.
Batista.
Very nice right hand by Batista.
Landed flush on his right in his mouth.
So Batista definitely taking it to Patchy Mix right here. 30 seconds in, he's landed basically all the strikes. Remember, Mix, what he can do is take you down, take your back, and control you with a body triangle, and then work for submissions. 10-8s are always in play with Patchy Mix if there's enough time for duration, dominance, damage.
Another one.
Oh, nice right hand by Batista. 2 of them. Goze, you might be ahead of me if you can stop it for like 1 second, maybe.
Okay.
Body shot there by Batista. Llevan 3 que Batista le ha pegado en la boca. And Mix didn't like it, right? You could tell, like shook him for a second.
Yeah. He's just light on his toes right now. Batista's bouncing around. Patchy's chasing a little bit through a calf kick. But it
Nice
seems like
kick there by Patchy Mix from the outside.
Batista's bothering him more than Patchy is Batista.
Now Batista goes to the body. Batista staying busy for sure. He's got great cardio and a great chin. But can he defend the submission game if Patchy Mix can get the fight to the ground? Batista goes to the body with a jab. Mix answers with a jab of his own. 3:17 here left in round one. Patchy Mix's debut, a former Bellator champion, Grand Prix champion. He's defended his belt many times, 20-1. I mean, this is a big, big moment for him. But Bautista's really, really shining right now. The only thing kind of missing is on power, although those three stinging right hands really got Mix's attention. But remember, Bautista's kind of fighting the ghost of the Jose Aldo fight. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
We got 2:38 here left in round one. Again, same old. Bautista just kind of mixing up the strikes. I like the jab to the body. It might pay off in the latter rounds. Now they tie up and they're free. I was wondering if Mix might want to do something with that. Maybe throw some knees. There's another right hand that lands for Batista. 2:22 left here in round one. Another right hand that lands for Batista. These are starting to add up, folks. But Mix has no answer for it, and he's elected to not even shoot or do something about it. Get this fight off the feet. He's like a statue, kind of just taking it. Not really using much footwork, not much head movement. Batista stings him again, like Goze says. Down to 2 minutes here left in round one. All Batista here. Body shot there by Batista. A jumping knee by Patchy Mix misses wildly. Batista stings him in the chest again. You think he's got a little bit of a deer in the headlights, Goes Patchy Mix? Maybe UFC jitters or nerves? You think it might take him around to get over this?
Definitely. Right now, he looks very shell-shocked. And the nose seems to be bothering him. Them straight right hands, I think, might have readjusted his nose a little bit.
120 left here in round one. Mario Batista against Patchy Mix, the swing bout of UFC 316. Opening bout had Kevin Holland submitting Vicente Luque with a second round Darce choke. Wow, these shots to the body, they're landing and they're hurting. They're affecting Mix. Mix is not showing good composure. His face is telling you that he's bothered by these strikes. Another right hand by Batista. Like, where's the head movement, Goes?
His forehead's knotted up a little bit too. Yeah, Patchy's got almost no offense right now, and he's just getting tagged.
Nice inside leg kick there by Patchy Mix.
The only thing I will say is this pace that Batista's got. Can you keep that over 3 rounds?
Overhand left there by Patchy Mix might have landed. I didn't have a good angle on it, but Batista's already answered with a jab. Now Mix threw a jab. So he's starting to wake up a little bit. We got 24 seconds left here in round one. Not much out of Mix at all. Batista yet landing probably a 10th, 11th. Nice right hand. Mix through a series of kicks. Nothing too crazy there. 10 seconds left. You'll hear the clapper. Oh, Batista lands a nice one too. Like something's bothering Mix. Like he got maybe a knuckle in the eye or whatever. He's just not liking being out there right now. This end of the round couldn't have come too quick. A 10-9 for Mario Batista.
10-9, but it's one of those where you stamp it down 10-9 because everything went right from there in the striking department. You're right. It was no head movement from Patchy Mix. No real adjustments at all. He just kind of looked like a deer in headlights. Rough start to Patchy Mix's UFC career. We'll have to see if he could turn things around here.
I'm going to tell the ring girl to send my nephew a kiss. Te voy a mandar un beso ya. Por favor, mándale un beso ahorita cuando termines de dar la vuelta a Juan Carlos. Ok, chao. Ahí te voy a mandar un beso. Oye, ¿qué pasó? All right, here we go. Round two underway. Forget the touch of gloves, Patchy. Get into it, man. Batista with kick to the body. Mix answers with one of his own. Mix throws a nice linear kick to the knee of Batista. That's 2 now. Mix looks a little more comfortable. Who knows? It might have just been jitters or being frozen. I don't know. But to get lit up in the face by overhand crosses, one right after the other, was a little awkward to watch. Especially a guy that we've been touting as possibly the best bantamweight in the world. Oh, a nice kick to the body there by Mario Batista. Mix caught it, but then Batista spun out of it. Could have been bad for Batista if Mix had caught it and taken him down with over 4 minutes left here in round 2.
Man, I mean, I know they're completely different fighters, but where was this when Aldo was out there?
Yeah, exactly. Mix is very upright, Goze. I don't like that he's so upright too.
He is, and you know, one thing that he does from that position is that knee that he'll just throw straight up.
And it almost landed too.
It did, yeah.
All right, 3:35 left here in round 2. Batista just firing off kicks, punches, still not really putting the ultimate impact on every one of his strikes, but he's touching. He's getting through, he's scoring. But has he wobbled him? Not yet, but they are landing. Now Mix answers back a little bit. 3:15 left here in round 1. A few boos out there. I can't imagine why. They got to be directed towards Mix. Batista's doing his job. And I'll tell you what, I mean, Mix just, where's the offensive takedowns, you know? I mean,
right.
What's his plan? Like to knock him down and then jump on him? I mean, he hasn't really pushed him up against the cage. He hasn't really engaged, you know, locked him up in any way. Like, it's all been action in the center of the octagon with distance between the two. And if anything, Patchy's got the reach advantage, but Batista's just putting on a clinic here. Yeah, only thing they're lacking is the power punches. Go ahead, Goze.
They're in the center of the cage and they're exchanging not huge shots. Nice head kick there from Patchy. I think it might have grazed his eye. But we talked about going in fighters that have a lot of pressure. And I said Patchy Mix to me might have the most pressure tonight because he is self-proclaimed the best bantamweight in the world. He's in a new organization. There's just so much riding on this one performance. He said he's looking through Mario Batista. That is not looking well right now.
He just tried to kind of bull his way in to lock up with Batista, and it didn't look good, and it didn't work. I heard something behind the scenes that he might have had a rough weight cut. I'm only sharing it because it's so unpatchy-like, the performance that I'm seeing, that I was trying to think, what can there be? Could there have been an existing pre-injury? Like, those legs just aren't moving. Like, is there, you know, a torn ligament, or is he hiding something? Like, he's looked so much better, so much more explosive. Other than that knee that almost landed, just doesn't look like the Patchy Mix I'm used to seeing. And there's 110 left here in round 2, and Batista's just coming in with 1s and 2s. Now he's making use out of the left hand, fighting out of the southpaw position. Nice little change of pace here. Jumping knee from Mix misses. Big weapon for him. But
Mario's got a little blood under his right eye as well.
Oh, yeah.
Beautiful.
Wow, they're exchanging a lot of punches. Batista seems to get the best of them. But he does have to be careful of that knee, that jumping knee. And now Batista's starting to talk some trash to Patchy Mix. Looks like that Aldo fight goes. Those ghosts of the Aldo fight, man. He wanted to definitely make a statement tonight.
His body work. He's gone to the body a lot with Patchy Mix. Upstairs,
right
downstairs.
Batista.
This is great striking from Mario Batista. George, you said one thing about Patchy Mix. His legs aren't really moving. Neither is his head. His head is not moving one bit.
I love that work that's paying off now. The shots to the body. Now he's going directly to the body with power punches. Before he was throwing straight jabs. This round's about to end. We're going to make it to the 3rd round. But Batista, once again, looking good. And like I say, making a statement. Boos are coming in, but I think they're directed to Mix. You can't boo a performance like that from Batista. That output's incredible.
I think they're booing because, Patchy, maybe not the home guy, but pretty close to home. He's got a lot of fans, but this is not a normal Patchy Mix performance. You could see it in his face right now. He's very frustrated.
He didn't want to sit. I got his corner. Hang on one second. Breathing heavy. His corner's telling him, get him to the cage. We have to get this takedown. That instruction should have came over in the last round. If it didn't, I don't know. But that obviously was the game plan. The first round, I'll give it, and I'll chalk it up to maybe just being overwhelmed by the moment. I don't know. And Batista's output. But he obviously didn't really make much of an attempt to get to the fight. Ahí está. Mira, le cortó el ojo. I saw the kick goes. I don't know if you saw the replay, but Mix did kick him. That's where you got that blood in the eye. Still a 10-9 out of Batista. And now we start round 3. Arguably 2018 for Mario Batista. Batista moves really, really good. He's just not a sitting target. So he's not going to be an easy guy to take down either.
Nice left hand from Batista. Over the top again.
But now Mix goes for a takedown, misses. Batista right away answers with a strike. Mix just looks like he's bothered by something in the eye, and
I think it's his nose. But Batista's turning it up right now, man. Lots of 1-2s.
Overhand left there for Batista. He's really feeling comfortable here in the southpaw position. 4:10 left here in round 3. Now what I'm thinking is Batista should invest and maybe go for some sort of a finish. That would definitely get him out of the... Oh, did you see that head movement? Just slipping 2 nice punches and now answering, making Patchy Mix bleed out of his right eye. Slick boxing from Mario Batista. Goes, I was saying, maybe now's the time to invest in a finish because it would definitely, you wouldn't be haunted by the Aldo fight anymore. You'd kind of put down this guy that came over with a lot of hype. Maybe it sucks because it almost seems like we're talking about someone that lost his last fight, but I think he could get back in the good graces. Overhand left there does land for Patchy Mix.
Yeah, it's an interesting situation, right? Because he's been so dominant in this one that I feel like the critics will start to say, well, was Patchy Mix what we thought he was, right? Coming from other organizations. It's rough. He's kind of never in a win situation, but he looks phenomenal tonight.
Yeah, he does. And he's still jumping around. He's not even breathing hard at all. Patchy was breathing hard in between rounds. Bautista's not tired one bit. Look at when Batista kicks. His hands still stay up. He's not an easy target. And Mix nothing out of the offensive wrestling side. No explosion. He hasn't followed his corner. He hasn't backed him into the cage. No attempt to get the fight to the ground. Not even, at least if you can lock up. Old Gracie style, pull guard, do something, but this ain't working. The other guy's just a better stand-up fighter than you are.
He can't get a beat on him. I don't know where this cardio. This is like Merab cardio right here. Probably because he's been in camp forever.
Oh, nice left there, Lance, for Patchy Mix. 2:26 here in round 3. Batista arguably up 20-18 up rounds 1 and 2, and here in round 3, probably looking like he's going to win that one. Mix definitely needs a finish, but his strength is the ground, not the feet. Batista still won't stop going to the body, going to the head, kicking. He has taken a few more punches in this round than he has in the other rounds. But then again, Mix is probably feeling like he's got to be more risky as well. Mix now calling out Batista as if to say, you're running. He throws an inside right hook to lead.
You know what's on the line here, George?
1-2. Sure, go ahead.
$50K. $50K is on the line. If he can get a finish, I think he'll get it. If he doesn't, nope. But it's a great performance, but they won't give it to him.
Yeah. Batista still moving around. 125 left here in round 3. The boys are feeling pretty good about their parlay.
He's got this almost like Dominic Cruz type movement.
Overhand left there, Lance, for Bautista, and Mix's right eye is really messed up. Every time he gets hit, you can just tell like it really, really bothers him. Less than a minute here left in the fight.
Speak of the devil, Dominic Cruz just praised him.
Praise too.
He praised Mario Batista on, they showed the X signs.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I didn't see it here on this broadcast. I wonder if we have different broadcasts after all. Maybe
Well,
the Spanish feed cuts the corners unlike yours and things like that.
I could hear the corner in the last round.
What's your clock say, guys?
19, 18, 17.
Yeah, we're good. Look at Batista, man. Almost over 40 significant strikes in each of his fights. Nick's not trying to close strong, maybe save a little bit of face, but the reality is he just got outstruck, outpaced.
Yeah, you can't. Mario's lips split kind of bad, but you can't even really. I know he's throwing his arms up in the air, like, come on, let's fight, but you can't look the way you look in your face and claim that somebody ran from you, right?
Right.
Excuse me. That was not a good performance from Patchy Mix. I wonder where Mario's lip got split.
I don't know. Maybe one of the kicks. No paraba el Bautista, ¿no? Nunca se cansó.
The body work was impressive, dude.
Ese cardio. Yeah, the body work, the cardio, the pace, everything, man. What a stud. I mean, honestly, goes, I could only do 30 seconds of that, and I would be puking in the bucket like Aaron True. That bad.
Coming over to kind of congratulate him. I think I'd look at the judges before I do that.
If it's those three other judges, Mix should raise his hand right now.
Yeah, it should be Batista congratulating him.
$29-28, 30-27, and 30-27. Mario Batista. So Mix got around from, it looks like, one judge.
He walked away before they even finished the decision.
No Rogan? Oh, no Joe Rogan.
I saw a microphone there. What happened?
Oh, no Joe Rogan.
Oh, that's kind of bullshit, dude.
That's Rob Emerson, huh? Not that one. That's Molly McCann. But Rob Emerson was in the corner. He looks like he lost some weight. There's Chris Weidman, former UFC middleweight champion. Alex Pereira. I think I see Sean Brady in the back. A guy.
That's what's his name? The grappler.
Oh. ¿Cómo se llama? Pues nadie sabe quién es. O sea, deben enfocar los celebrities o los otros peleadores de MMA. I'm telling him, he says, my nephew recognizes him as a jiu-jitsu champion. I said, but no one knows who he is. I think you should just show the celebs, you know? Like, I thought one was Sean Brady. He's a top welterweight.
Yeah, one was.
All right, next up, Kelvin Gastelum against Joe Pyer, UFC middleweights. They were supposed to fight in Mexico City. Joe Pyer got sick, food poisoning, went to the UFC doctors, said he couldn't go. The UFC doctor said, "What's the matter? Got a little tummy ache?" Remember that quote?
Mm-hmm.
I can't say the rest of the quote, but it's a funny movie.
Joe Pyer is minus 425. Kelvin Gastelum is plus 310. Easy. Man,
Okay. Ya hemos ganado una de las tres que tenemos.
I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go Joe Pfeiffer minus 425. I mean, he's just so big, man. He hits so hard. But if we
Go
can
for
get out
the
of
submission, goes. Go see what the submission is, because Pfeiffer, Gastelum's not that great on the ground when he's taken down.
excuse me,
Speaking
Pfeiffer
of
by,
Sean Brady, I thought finished him too.
Pfeiffer by submissions plus 325.
See, that brings it down. I don't know. I mean, Pfeiffer might knock him out too, but Gastelum's got a pretty good chin. See?
I'm gonna go. Who are you taking for your bet, George?
Oh, that was Mikey Musemi.
Yeah,
Mikey Musumesi was the grappler.
they've been pumping him a lot lately. George, do you agree with the pick or no?
You want Pfeiffer or Pfeiffer by submission?
Well, the thing is, when I turn these in, if you have the same one, then I click one button. So I'd rather do that than have to throw two.
Okay, let's just do Pfeiffer.
I mean, I can put you. I can put you in under submission.
Oh, I like it. I think that's what's going to happen. But either way, we're covered. So Pfeiffer,
Just too big, right? Too big, too strong.
He's a big guy, and even Gastelum said one of the advantages he thought he was going to have in Mexico was in the later rounds. He went, he adjusted. He was there for a month. Thought his cardio would be enough to make a difference late in the fight. Pfeiffer only went with 2 weeks and got sick twice. So the strategy was there. If this was Mexico, I'd probably take Kelvin Gastelum. But
really,
yeah, that guy took it serious. That's no joke. That cardio, man.
So we got.
Mm-hmm.
That's going to be the play. You don't want me to put in the submission for you? I mean, we can have separate bets now. That's part of the thing.
I was, but then you said something about it requires more clicks, so that's why I just went with
No. It's just if I'm going to pick Pfeiffer and you're going to pick Pfeiffer as well, it's just easier to put it in once than put it in because it pops up twice.
Okay, give me Pfeiffer by submission.
All right.
I think Pfeiffer's going to be smart. He said something about Bo Nickel getting fraud checked. I mean, some people said he got fraud checked by Joker Hermanson, so he can't take a risk either because a lot of that shine that he's had is starting to, neither guy is really ranked. So they both need this win really, really bad.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
He's plus 325.
Una de tres. Podemos apostar Pfeiffer o Gastelum. Pero si apostamos Pfeiffer, como es tan favorito, baja lo que paga el parlay. Entonces también, si no queremos, no tenemos que apostar. La dejamos hasta la próxima, ¿no? Yo también, pero baja la... Uy, ¿se manchó? A ver, ahí hay trapos. ¿Él? Esta es otra pelea. Sí, no vamos a apostar. All right, we're going to sit this one out on our little parlay because our parlay is 1-0 goes with Mario Batista coming through. And we're going to sit this one out because the odds are too big on Pfeiffer on our end. Mejor ya no tire eso, Rodrigo. ¿Este es tuyo o el de Juan Carlos?
No, es el mío.
Mejor tíralo porque no... Toma, tira este también. Okay, gracias.
All right, well, this fight card seems like it feels like it's going fast, but it's actually not. But that was entertaining. That was an entertaining fight, despite it being one-sided, because of what was on the line, right? We talk about it every week, all the things that are on the line, the numbers next to the names. That's what you want to see. You got a new player with Batista. Sucks that they didn't give him an interview. I don't think that's fair. I think it says a lot sometimes with the
he could have addressed the whole Aldo thing. In addition to the win, which is impressive, he shut down a champion of a major belt. He could have addressed the Aldo thing, and you could have almost given him the chance to kind of clear his name, because he did the work.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's super, super frustrating for them to do that. You want to get behind these young fighters that you have that are kind of moving up and making a name for themselves. And not just that. I mean, like, think about what he had to go through. Fighting somewhere else, getting an opponent switch, a location switch. Like, I don't know. I feel like you at least owe him that.
I'm going to take a 30-second timeout.
Okay. Very bad situation there for him, but we move on. Patchy Mix, what do we do with him going forward? That was probably the nightmare situation for him because you go out there and you bang, you get a loss. Look, you're in one of the marquee divisions of the UFC, a very tough division where it's hard to keep streaks alive. I mean, everybody you're fighting is top notch. Maybe you get the pass, but when you go out and you look that way and you're not facing a top 3 guy, that's not a very good look for Patchy, especially with the things he was saying in the press conference and leading up to the fight. Hopefully he can bounce back and save face a little bit, but like George said, the power couple that is Tatiana Suarez and Patchy Mix, not good performances for both of them. That part's going to be tough. Joe Pyfer is now walking out to the cage. A lot of controversy behind this guy. Some people love that stuff. Other people were turned off by it. I don't know. He does things that people like. He's a gamer. You know, a lot of people like that world. Kind of keeps it real. I think maybe he just goes a little overboard with some of the things he says, but when you fight in the cage and you perform the way he does, people are going to tune in, and that's for sure. But this is a big kid, and Kelvin Gastelum. Just seeing them stand in front of each other, you know, you think about what was going on in that Kevin Holland fight and how difficult it was for Luque to get past that distance. Now you add in some power. That's going to be a tough call for Kelvin Gastelum. However, Kelvin Gastelum does have a pretty decent chin, but I just think the way this guy hits, dude, it's just something else, man. You look at the keys to victory here from Joe Rogan: manage the gas tank, control the distance. Controlling the distance is going to be big for Joe Pyfer. Anytime Kelvin Gastelum gets within distance, he's got to meet him with something. And managing that gas tank, yeah. I mean, Kelvin Gastelum, we've seen before, he can go. You know, maybe he's not going 100 miles an hour, but he'll still maintain some speed. Pyfer walking into the cage now. Seems pretty fired up. High-fiving everybody on the way in. Viva Gastelum in the chat. We all know what that means. A lot of comments, not very good ones from Pyfer about Mexico. So far, Kelvin Gastelum, and they even kind of alluded to it. You know, a lot of people are saying he hasn't really said much. Pyfer said, look, the guy hasn't really disrespected me, so I'm not going to disrespect him. But Danny Segura from our website did talk to him on Hablemos MMA in Spanish. And he was a little bit more vocal there about not liking the comments that Pyfer made. And he comes out right now and he does have a little bit of a scowl on his face, a little mean mugging. So we'll see. We'll see how much pressure there is there too. He's hugging his cornerman. He's getting his last checks, Vaseline, and we'll have another fight underway. Thank you very much for joining us here on this broadcast. Always have fun with you guys. In the chat, what does it mean? What does what mean? Oh, you know, the comments that were made about Mexico. A lot of people feel like Kelvin is kind of representing the people on the other side of that bashing. Kelvin puts his hands up, goes into the cage. See if Pyer gives him a fist bump or something. Nope. This will be a tough one, man. I think Joe Pyfer's a real tough customer. Kelvin Gastelum, I don't think it's that old, but he's got a lot of wear and tear on his body. $33 of age for Kelvin Gastelum, 28 for Joe Pyer. 5'9" versus 6'2". That's how much bigger Pyer is. 75-inch reach for Pyer. Gastelum, 71.5. Minus 380 for Joe Pyer on those odds. We got him at minus 375. That line is changing a little bit. Bruce Buffer's doing the introduction right now. Kelvin getting his name called now. After this, we still got two big ones to go. A lot of people talking about that co-main event. It's a fresh matchup. You don't get too many of those in the UFC at a high level. Lottery matches these days. Mike Beltran is your referee. This could be over quick, or it could get drawn out. We'll see. Both guys meet in the center of the cage. Lazy kick from Gastelum. I think he's going to do a little bit of that just to kind of judge the distance. Figure it out, how to get around that. Pyer unloads a kick. Roundhouse kick to the body. It's partially blocked. Didn't seem to bother Kelvin too much. Kelvin trying to back Pyer up a little bit. Pyer looks like he's trying to counter strike. Kelvin's not really taking the bait too well. Neither guy wants to be the aggressor until there. Joe Pyer, big right hand following up. Gastelum on the floor. Gastelum's up. Takes another right hand. Pyer stalking. Got to be careful coming in. Throws another big right hand. It misses. Looks like Kelvin might have recovered. Another big right hand zooms right past Kelvin Gastelum's chin. Kelvin throws a windmill and misses. I think he's still kind of messed up. If I was Pyer, I think I'd put my foot on the gas. Oop. Sorry, Alan, I gotta get this in. There we go. George, you're on mute.
Sorry, I thought you muted me. Okay, now I was saying that's crazy what's happening right now. And Pyer really wants to make a statement, Goze, which is I think what Batista was trying to do too. But this guy's putting everything into every single one of his power punches.
Yeah.
But how many times have we said this in the past 10, 15 years? Gastelum's tough. You know, you can't just put him away that easy either.
He looks okay now.
I wonder if that'll mess with Pyer. Now, Pyer also has a decorated ground game. His ground game is really nice. And like I say, Gastelum doesn't have a great ground defense. So Pyfer's really playing with house money here. He could always try and take this fight to the ground and manhandle him there. Well, right now he's electing to strike. Maybe he feels like Gastelum still hasn't gotten back to 100. Might try and put him away. He's got 220 left here in round one. We'll see.
He's just so strong. He kind of just shoved Kelvin aside right now. Nice body kick from Pyer.
Oh. Gastelum did a good job of blocking it, though. But yeah, you could tell Pyer, man, he's like 6'3", dude, and you just feel it. Big cat. Gastelum will always be that guy. You know, what if there was a 175 or he's got that Hall of Fame fight? I get it, but still, you could just tell he looks like that extra 15 pounds makes a difference on him. He doesn't wear them well. Pyer looks like he's probably 210 right now.
It's really pudgy right now.
There hasn't been too much action in the last 2 minutes. I wonder if Pfeiffer's maybe trying to manage his gas tank a little since he went hard in the first round. Or sorry, in the beginning of the first round. Still is the first round.
That was probably Kelvin's best strike the whole night to the body, just straight. Uh-oh. Head kick from Pyer.
Yeah, it landed right on the neck, man.
Kelvin's like a honey badger, dude. He gets hit and looks like he's going to go out, and he just pops right back out. Oh! Big right hand from Pyer again.
Wow, knocks him down. Can he finish him? He's on top. Gastelum using his guard. Now Pyer says, get up. Can there be enough time? I think a good move by Pyer, honestly. He's landed the head kick and the big right hand.
Is that not like the third knockdown? Are we not getting close to maybe a 10-8?
I think it is the third. Maybe, yeah. But because Gastelum's worn them well, it hasn't. I don't know if it's entered 10-8 round area. But remember, there's a lot of unexperienced judges, and maybe one of them might do it.
There's no damage on his face at all, which is so strange. But, I mean, he has been obliterated in this round. 3 different occasions where you were like, oh, my God, is he going to get stopped?
All right, I'm watching Gastelum here in the corner. He seems attentive. They're icing his neck. Pyer hasn't even sat down. So he's standing. He's feeling comfortable. That's Dean Thomas in Pfeiffer's corner, huh? Wow, that's that shot in the neck that I was just talking about. It looked like that's exactly where they were icing. Ooh. Mahina thing? Clock.
Everything just kind of goes there.
Yeah. Everyone's sitting here in awe of these strikes in slow motion. I mean, honestly, we have to give props to Gastelum's chin, dude.
His chin, his head, his neck, everything. Getting hit everywhere. Gastelum comes out, throws kind of a haymaker right, doesn't even come close. That's the problem, is he just can't get in. The distance is killing him.
He chooses his weight class. I mean, 90% of the MMA world disagrees, but he wins. I mean, he fights and he really calls his own shots. You know, he's the Ultimate Fighter champ. His fights in the Hall of Fame against Izzy.
That's what I was going to point to. Is you look at a guy like Izzy. Izzy's got a long reach. He fights slinky, but he found a way to get in. With Pyer, he just can't, and he's getting lit up when he does.
He was probably in a lot better fight shape for the Izzy fight. And he was probably, he was about 5 years younger. Feels like that's how long ago that one was. And now he's kind of the older guy, and Piper's the younger guy. I don't like Piper's fingers sticking out like that. I wish he'd point them down a little, which he's doing now. The Spanish commentators are entertaining that it could be a 10-8 for that first round.
Oh, another big right hand from Pyer. Another one right on the forehead of Kelvin Gastelum.
Those fingers were left out there. Body shot by Pyer. Smart. We got about 2:47 left here in round two. All Pyer pretty much through a round and a half. He's the one with the power punches. He's the one with the knockdowns. What's that?
It's in spurts, though. Like, I know we're saying that he's dominating, and then we're having these pauses where we're not really saying much, but it's because they're not really doing much in between these strikes. A lot of movement, a lot of hand fighting, and then he decides to unload like he did with that head kick. It was blocked by Kelvin Gastelum, but it's not this thing where he's coming out and just absolutely bullying him either, which I think he could do if he wanted to. He's not doing it.
Pyer went from possibly making a nice first round statement finish over Vet to now kind of hitting the cruise control. If he's not careful, he could lose this round. He needs to kind of clear his head and get back to where he was. I mean, he was styling on Gastelum a second ago. And now, you know, like I say, he's got the lead. I'm giving him the 10-9, but Gastelum could still make it up if he were to knock down Pyer, especially if he finishes strong. And Pyer's, he's got an advantage because people like his nickname, Body Bags. People like his controversial style. He has a chance to really climb up the charts with a few wins. You know, he's talking some smack on Bo Nickel, but you still got to back those up with some wins.
Yeah. He's throwing missiles. Missing. Kelvin's a lot more aggressive now. Some blood, I think, coming out of Kelvin's nose, maybe, or
He's definitely gotten his respect back because Pyer looked like he was like this was going to be an easy night, and now Gastelum, especially in the last 30 seconds, he had a couple nice exchanges and I think reminded Pyer, hey, I'm not just a punching bag here.
Yeah.
But Pyer's just too big. His legs are longer. Every time he moves his legs, he can just clear more ground, get out of the way of punches. (14-10) advantage and significant strikes for Gastelum, but the other guy had the knockdown. So I don't think this could be a Waldo type of thing where the significant strike count could make the difference.
I mean, Kelvin looks a little bit more comfortable, but I just feel like at any moment Pyer's going to obliterate him with something. Closer round two, but not good enough. Probably a Pyer round.
How do you think this fight would be going if it was in Mexico right now?
Honestly, I think Kelvin would probably have to fight a little different. Feel the pressure of the fans. They'd both be pretty gassed, I would imagine.
I think Pyer would have won round one, but I think he would have started feeling the altitude midway through round two, and Gastelum would have came back and nicked that 10-9 right now. Because again, Gastelum's got experience fighting in Mexico, and he went out 1 month in advance, and Pyer didn't take it as serious. He only went out 2 weeks in advance, and he was having trouble. So I think Gastelum would even have a chance going into round three. Now, that said, we're not in Mexico, and Pyer's pretty much kind of kicking his butt. I got him up 2018.
Gastelum looks like he feels that sense of urgency. He's coming out a little bit more aggressive here.
Oh, right hand lands for Pyer. In the pocket, too.
Mm-hmm.
Dean Thomas was telling him that was a close round. Pyer thought he kind of was convincingly had won that, but Dean Thomas reminded him it was close. Pyer just hit at the top of Gastelum's head. I wonder if that hurt him.
It was a missile, too.
His hand, yeah.
Kelvin went for the takedown, but then he threw a right hook.
This fight's definitely not going to go to the ground, man. They're just going to stay standing. I don't think Pyfer's sweating Gastelum. And I think he'd have a big advantage over Gastelum on the ground, but he's liking where he's at. Why does Gastelum think he's Steven Seagal? All that, and then he gets smacked with a big right hand.
I think it's just meant to be kind of like a distraction, but it hasn't worked all night, so I don't know why he keeps doing it. Because Joe is just looking to counterpunch. You know, he leaves that hand out there, and he's hoping Kelvin throws something. He can't reach him, so he just takes advantage of what's left and throws a power shot. It's been working, but it sure is making for an annoying fight. Kelvin seems a little frustrated right now.
You know, Mike Beltran's a proud Mexican. Do you think there's even 1% of them that's going, get that vato, get him?
1% for sure.
He talks shit on La Raza. That defensive post that Pyer has, you know, whether he's pairing or just sticking that left hand out, it really, really helps him a lot to disrupt Gastelum. And I'm not suggesting finger pokes or anything like that.
Gastelum with a
big 1-2 from Gastelum.
Hand.
Now Gastelum goes for a takedown. Misses wildly. He does throw a nice left hand to the body. Pyer goes for a takedown, and Gastelum stops it. Gastelum looks like he's trying to do a guillotine. I don't think he'll be successful. He does get dumped on his ass. Now Pyer might get the finish here, although Gastelum's already on his knees. They're back to their feet. Gastelum insisting on a single. He lets it go. Got his head planted in Pyfer's chest. Let's see if they exchange knees here while they're clinched up against the cage with less than 2 minutes to go in the final round of this 3-round fight between Joe Pyer and Kelvin Gastelum. Two fringe top 10, top 15 ranked middleweights. Gastelum kind of on the way out. Pyer just kind of starting his career, coming through Dana White Contender Series. Misses with a big right elbow, by the way. Pyer did.
Didn't Joey Diaz look like he was just waiting for a bus or something?
Probably. Now we're at 1:30 left here in round 3. Even if Gastelum wins the round, I don't think he can win the fight. I know I suggested the round 2 was a stealable round, but I remember Pyer really hitting him with some hard punches early on. There's your strike count right there.
Right. 9-9.
And now the fans, they don't like this lull in the action. These guys are two big hitters, but oh, nice the overhand left there for Gastelum. They were treated to a nice first round from Pyer, and Pyfer's kind of let up off the gas a little.
Judging's been a little off today. I would not feel very comfortable. I think Pyfer's got to really, really step it up. And Kelvin's got to go for the steal.
I think Pyer just landed a right. It kind of buzzed him by the chin. But Gastelum is bleeding a little.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, big left hand from Gastelum. 15 seconds left. I don't think it'll be enough. Pyer definitely doesn't want anything here towards the end. He just kind of wants to say, hey, we're good, you know?
Mm-hmm. Well, that's the end of it. It should be a Pyer win, I think. But if you're looking at the significant strikes, You never know with these judges.
Does Pyer, if he wins, does Pyer deserve an in-ring interview with Joe Rogan?
Not if Batista didn't get one.
Exactly. He did have good moments where he knocked him down, but fact is he went to a decision, and he also took a lot of time off, whereas Batista never took 1 second of the 15 minutes off. Now, by now, they know what kind of time they have left, 2 title fights, but if they were worried about the last fight and this one went the distance, that means they're also behind, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is that Why Did the OGI I hear in the background? What's his deal?
People moving the trash outside.
Oh. Wait, today's Saturday. Oh, yeah. Okay. I guess they're putting them back. Looks like Piper's being very respectful towards Gastelum right now.
Mm-hmm. Gastelum kind of looks like, I don't want to hear it.
A little bit. 29, 28, 29, 27, and 30, 27. Does he get an interview? I don't see a Rogan yet. There's Rogan. He says, "You look like you're upset."
When does he not?
Apologizes to the crowd. Usually I get finishes. I'm sorry. He did give respect. You know, I beat a veteran.
I think that was his chance early on in the fight. I don't know what Gastelum's head's made out of.
Granted. Oh, here we go. He's giving a shout out to Tyson, Donald Trump. I only heard Trump and Tyson. He's coming off of back surgery. His last fight was in August. He had a back surgery 2 weeks after that. All right. Well, Gastelum's a tough out, and could have been a lot better if he got finished him in the first round, but he didn't, but he still got his hand raised. But it did look like, again, Mexico might have made a difference, or a 5-round fight might have made a difference. He'll have to address that. He'll have to tighten things up, you know.
Ooh, Andre Ward.
Rodrigo.
That was
Justin
kind of,
Gaethje. ¿Qué estás haciendo tanto en tu teléfono?
that's pretty funny because they had it on Andre Ward, and Ivanka Trump, I think, thought that they had it on her, so she was waving. But Andre Ward's a stud, man. He just didn't have the fighters necessary, I think, to take him over the edge.
I'm busting my nephew's balls because his favorite fighter is Justin Gaethje, and Justin Gaethje comes up and he's buried in his phone. All right, next up, Juliana Peña against Kayla Harrison.
All right, we got Kayla Harrison minus 650. Juliana Peña at plus 475. I'll let you know right now. I'm going Kayla Harrison. I'm not gonna pick decision, stoppage. I'm just straight up Kayla Harrison here. How about you, George?
It just seems so chalky. I don't think Kayla's gonna lose, but I would never put 600 or whatever it is to win 100. But yeah, I think she's gonna win. I think she's gonna be the new champ. Of the two, I think she would be more likely to ground and pound her than sub her.
That would be 2 plus 275.
Whoa! If Kayla Harrison wins by what?
By KO or TKO.
Plus 275, not minus 275.
Mm-hmm. If
Oh,
Juliana Peña won by KO or TKO, it's plus 2,000. If she won by submission, it's plus 1,200. If Peña won by decision, plus 1,100. If Kayla won by decision, plus 200. If she won by submission, plus 1.
I like the Kayla Harrison play. Let me look that up, see what I can find.
Right now they're showing, what is this, grappling?
Kayla Harrison by TKO or submission minus 175. I do think it's going to be a stoppage. I don't want to specify whether it's TKO or submission, but I think of the two, something tells me TKO.
George, I don't know if you know about this. There's so much crazy news that gets thrown around, but I've kind of heard it from a few people already. But have you heard about Ben Askren?
What?
I guess this is just what I'm reading. Please don't. It just says, wrestling community, we need to pray for Ben Askren, rally around him. He's in critical condition, battling a severe staph infection. Kind of seen that a lot. I will look into that to make sure that that's accurate, but I was just curious if you had seen that.
No, I hadn't heard that. Nice guy.
Fun.
But yeah, those can sneak up for sure. King Mo had a rough bout in San Jose when he was down with AKA, remember?
Mm-hmm. Who was it that had it in their armpit?
Kevin Randall,
right?
man, it was gross, yeah.
Let's see here. They're still doing the vignettes and stuff on the two fighters, so nothing there.
I'm not a fighter who moves backwards. I'm a fighter that only goes forward.
Kind of looking around here. George, you gotta turn it down.
I just knew that I had that in day one.
All right. Well, I hope that's not true.
Where'd you hear that, on Twitter?
Hold on. Actually, it's up on Junkie now.
Well, then you know it for sure is true because we double source everything. So let me give that a quick read here. Former UFC star Ben Askren unable to respond after hospitalization for severe pneumonia. Oh, let's see here. Ben Askren's wife is asking for prayers as the former MMA and wrestling legend has been hospitalized. According to his wife, Amy, a sudden and severe onset of pneumonia has rendered her husband unable to respond to anything at this time. She has asked for prayers for healing and for peace, as well as respect for her children. No other details have been revealed at this time. She quotes She's quoted as, "You may have heard that my husband Ben is going through something." She wrote on her first personal Facebook page. He developed severe pneumonia, which came on very suddenly. He's currently in the hospital and unable to respond to anything at this time. We welcome all prayers for healing and for peace. We're trying to keep life as normal as possible for our children currently, doing our best to support them thoughtfully. So please refrain from discussing it with them for now. Askren 40 retired from MMA in 2019, but returned for one-off boxing bout versus Jake Paul in 2021. Widely considered one of the greatest amateur wrestlers in U.S. history, Askren remains heavily involved in the wrestling community and recently joined Hulk Hogan's Real American Style. Okay, I didn't know that. So I don't see anything there about staff. I see pneumonia twice, though.
Mm-hmm. All right, the first walkout is going on right now.
I wonder what that means, that he's not responding. Like his body defenses aren't responding to antibiotics, or
Apparently, yeah. That'd be my guess.
here comes Kayla.
Pasó rápido, ¿no? La cartelera.
He's
Yep.
now walking to the cage, almost at the prep point.
I think Kayla's going to win in the first round via TKO.
Think so?
Yeah, I think she wants to make a statement.
Let me ask you this, though. Early on, we had a guy in Patchy Mix who we more know him for Bellator, right?
Right.
A lot of hype. Did not even come close to living up to that. Kayla's had UFC fights, and one of them she didn't look too great. Another one she did. Are we drinking too much Kayla Kool-Aid? Could we see something similar? Not that Juliana Peña is the greatest thing since sliced bread. You know, as Kayla mentioned, her record's not that impressive. She does have a couple good skins on her wall. But I've heard a lot of Kayla's going to run through her. And I think Kayla can get the win, but I don't know if she'll run through her.
Well, you're giving me second thoughts, but I still believe Kayla's just so powerful. And in women's MMA, some of these gals that have been legends, it's because they had that strength over the rest of the division that they could run through them. Everything you said, I think, will come into play if this fight gets through like 2 rounds. I could see maybe a turning of the tide. Kayla has done 5 rounds, but she hasn't done them as a 135er. So who knows how her body will respond to a more brutal weight cut and, at a lower weight class.
I mean,
her weight cuts have been brutal. The last one, we talked to her. She said she was going to go hike in Utah and things like that. And apparently she did do that, but still she had bleeding, blood in her urine and serious stuff, hopefully they caught whatever it is. And she did have a good weight cut, but at least she didn't get, what can I say? I see a lot when I see the real weigh-ins, how bad the weight cut could have and might have been. And I'm happier when they can go stand on their own. I mean, she walked up like very fast, stood on there, flexed. She looked good. It didn't look like someone that really, really struggled. And then with Peña, she's got a little bit of that, what we were saying with Patchy Mix. She doesn't move her feet that great. She, I don't think she's really got the power. I just really thought she caught Amanda on a bad night. And
she didn't look good in her last fight, right? Like, I think if that Peña shows up, I don't think she can win. But it's not, I guess what my point is this. It's not, I mean, it is a while ago, but it's not that long ago fight-wise that Larissa Pacheco beat her. You know what I mean? So I don't know that Kayla is like as invincible as people are making her sound. She has had improvements, I thought she looked tremendous against
Well,
Holly.
Larissa hits hard and can grapple.
Mm-hmm.
It's not that Pena can't do all these things, but I don't know. I still think Kayla's going to make a statement. She's going to roll right through her. It's only if they get through 3 rounds will I go, uh-oh, especially if it's 2-1. But she doesn't really have KO power. I don't know. I don't think she's really that special. It's hard to say that because she's won the title twice. Once over Amanda, once against Pennington. And 1 second.
Pena's 11-5. If she were to lose here, man, if she lost here, that just, I don't know. She'd definitely have to humble herself a little bit in the things she says. Juliana is now in the prep point, getting ready to get into the cage. She's got her custom outfit on. A lot of people are going out trying to buy that one. It's okay, I guess. We'll see. I mean, I have a certain type of fight that I'm envisioning, but it could easily look way different than what I have in my head. Juliana is about to step in now. So we're not too far away from getting the introductions, getting us underway. Thank you to those who are tuning in who don't have a spot to watch this card for whatever reason that is. Hopefully we're describing the action well enough to make it worth your while. And to the people who can watch the fights and just choose to hang out with us, props to you guys. Thank you very much for that. And, we've been doing this for a while now. Not just these watch-alongs, but also our show, MMA Junkie Radio. Spinning Back Click is creeped up. Lots of episodes there, and you can download those. It's not just if you're not watching it live on YouTube, you can download it in podcast form. When that show was invented, it was invented with that in mind, right? We used to be a 5-day-a-week show, and we went down to 2 days a week, but Spinning Back Click was to serve as like a third show. And so you can download that podcast form, and it's really entertaining. It's myself, usually George, and 2 other panelists, whether that be a Nolan King, a Mike Bond, a Farah Hanoun, Matt Wells, Danny Segura, Dan Tom. We mix it up pretty well, I think. And I did look at that schedule, George, and I don't think it's out yet. So I can't tell you yet who's going to be on SBC this week.
Really? Okay. All right, we're at the 2 title fights. If you guys can hit the like button on YouTube, that would greatly help us. We would greatly appreciate it. Like Goze said, we're about to start the 2nd title fight. Goze, I felt like I might have fallen behind. I gave a little bit of a fast forward, so we'll see if we can match up because we were matched up prior. But I think we're both going through the introductions right now. Once the fight starts, we'll link up.
I just had the lights turn off right now. In the arena, not in here. Right now they're introducing Kayla Harrison. A lot on the line here for both these girls. And the Lioness is kind of waiting there in the wings. Kayla Harrison's entire career is with house money. 2-time gold medalist. You know how difficult that is? Just winning one. You know, people would do anything to just win one. There's some people that would do anything just to get to the Olympics. Then to medal, whether that's bronze, silver, gold. But to win the gold, do it twice.
And a world championship gold.
Her whole career is with house money.
Sometimes people ask me, why do you think world championships are just equal to Olympic gold or sometimes better? Maybe this is the best explanation I can give. You ever watch the European soccer championships?
Mm-hmm.
Aside from Brazil, Argentina, and occasionally maybe Uruguay or an African team, most of the times those World Cups are dominated by European teams. So when you have the World Championships, the European Championships, that can even be almost tougher than winning a World Cup because there's teams like Italy and England that have missed the World Cup in the last few years because it's so competitive. So it's either on par or sometimes a bigger deal in certain sports. See, the Olympics can only have a certain amount of people, but not to make a joke out of it, but remember the Jamaican bobsled team? I'm pretty sure the best Jamaican bobsled team is not better than the third German bobsled team. You know, they're probably the fifth German bobsled team. Anyway, all right, we're about to start here, and then Goze and I will link up. Let's see who's ahead. I'll start, Goze. All right, we're underway, and it's Vitor Ribeiro is going to be the referee, and I'm at 4:55, 54, 53,
We're
52.
exactly the same.
Okay. All right, here we go. They're in the center of the octagon. Kayla Harrison out of the blue corner, and she's wearing all blue. Juliana Peña, she's in the red corner, and she's wearing black and gold. Tights for Kayla. Juliana Peña with tight trunks. Juliana Peña is always usually worn, even in the past, sometimes the rash guard. Like, I think maybe one of her worst nightmares might be the boob popping out or something like that. But she used to wear the rash guard a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Here we go. 4:10 left, and that first round mauling has not occurred yet. They're feeling each other out. Kayla Harrison pushing the action. Wild left misses for Harrison. Harrison throws another left. Looked like she might have got poked. She didn't.
Kayla's
She's stalking Peña. Eventually that takedown might come. Let's see when it does. Still just exchanging of punches, but nothing's landing on either party. A kick by Harrison misses wildly. A lead right hook for Kayla Harrison misses. She goes up the middle with a kick. It's blocked by Juliana Peña.
I'm not going to say Kayla has great striking, but it's at least improving, and there's more aspects to it than it used to be.
Now she's got a hold of Juliana Peña with 3, 07, 06, and 05 left. She's got one underhook, maybe two. She has wrapped her arms around Juliana Peña, looks like, and she's going to try and throw her somehow to the ground. But Juliana Peña doing a good job right now. No underhooks for her, it doesn't look like. Kayla does get the fight to the ground. And she's in side control. Juliana Peña lifting her right leg to block Kayla from getting into a more dominant position. Kayla trying to, or maybe not. Let's see. Maybe she likes side control. They're not up on the cage, so Juliana can't use the cage right now. Kayla's still going more for positioning rather than any form of an attack. As I say that, she kind of threw a couple pitter-patter punches. Let's see if Harrison just wants to slip into a half guard, it looks like.
Mm-hmm.
Again, they're not near the cage. And now she's interlocked her legs pretty good. She's not doing nothing with it. Juliana Peña from the bottom has her hands clasped. And there's 2 minutes left right now. And Harrison's yet to really frame to start throwing any punches, doing anything with it. Juliana Peña's got her legs up high now because she's got a full guard on Kayla Harrison. So Harrison will have to watch arm bars and triangles. Harrison's really yet to do anything. She's kind of driving a shoulder into Juliana Peña. And she's posturing up a little bit here. But she's not really throwing anything because, if anything, Peña's really active from the ground. Now she throws a big right hand. Didn't really land. It didn't look like. Did it, Goze?
I think it hit her.
Oh, okay. Juliana Peña closes her guard. 120 left here in round one. Nothing, again, of note in terms of power from Harrison. Still winning probably with a 10-9 if the round were to end now. I see Daniel Cormier. He hosts a show with Ben Askren. I wonder if he's aware of that situation. And again, Harrison's gotten the takedown, but hasn't done much with it. And remember, in the rules, sometimes they almost don't think. Oh, nice up Juliana Peña, but Kayla Harrison's on a knee. That might cost her a point.
She did it like twice.
It looked like she postured up the first time, but yeah, she was clearly on a knee when she got hit the other time.
Let's see. Referee's going over to the commission right now.
1 point right off the bat.
This was a lot of them.
Not messing around. Okay, Harrison, does she posture up or not? Oh no, knee's still down. Boom.
2, 3.
So now we're looking at a 10-8.
I don't know why they don't put her back in that position though.
Maybe because they took the point. I don't know. They are back to the feet, like Goze says. Inside leg kick there by Kayla Harrison. Overhand right for Juliana Peña. But yeah, Juliana Peña is probably looking at being 10-8 down here in a title fight. So I don't critique the ref. I think most of us have said, if it's egregious, score it. What are these rules here for?
Mm-hmm.
He wasted no time, Goze. It looked like he just went to the corner to verify what had happened, and as soon as they told him, yep, he couldn't have grabbed Juliana Peña's hand faster to lead her towards the middle and tell the refs to take away a point.
I thought it was the right call. But personally, if I'm writing these rules, I think they should go right back into that spot, regardless of a points taken away or not.
Looks like Yogi agrees with us.
Mm-hmm.
Look at this dude.
They're really pushing Peña right now in her corner.
Well, I don't know what the strategy was. Okay. If Peña wins 3 rounds, she can get a draw. And she'll still retain the belt. I don't think she cares if she beats her. She just wants to retain the belt. In this situation. Of course she cares if she beats her, but in this situation. But if she loses this round, yeah, I guess she could also win back a 10-8. I mean, she's in a hole here. That's all I know. Kayla with an inside leg kick there. Kayla looks good. She doesn't seem to be breathing hard or anything. Juliana's just kind of throwing punches, but hitting mostly air. I wonder how Pennington and Harrison would have went so far. Excuse me.
How? What?
Had it been Pennington that won, how her and Harrison would be faring so far.
Yeah, that would be interesting. Kayla throws a body kick, then a left hand.
I'll tell you this much, though. When Harrison first started, I really thought she could be great. But what have the greats always done, like Cyborg and Ronda?
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes Amanda too. I mean, they just kind of get after it. And Harrison seems to be easing into it. I wish she'd go after her a little harder. Even when she got to the ground, she didn't really initiate any offense. Go ahead.
Neither one is screaming, we need Amanda to come out of retirement to settle this. Right now, they're locked up against the cage. Kayla's trying to go for that takedown. You know, just recently, in speaking to Misha Tate. She was just talking about she just recently feels like she has figured out how she would have stopped the judo from Ronda Rousey. And you look at the high level judo that Kayla Harrison presents, see if she can put some of that to work.
Wow. If the fans were booing before, they're going to be booing soon.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, the fight gets to the ground. Again, 222, 221, 220 left here. Juliana Peña immediately closes her guard, which means she's not trying to stand up. She's trying to get a stand up.
Now,
she locked up both of Harrison's elbows, but now Harrison's freed one of them up, and now Harrison just dropped a little elbow on her. Go ahead.
With the referee that you have right now, who was one of the best grapplers in MMA, I don't know that the boos will affect him the way it would a different referee. He understands this. He's been in that situation. So I think there's a little bit of a longer leash.
Juliana too comfortable on her back. No armbar threat so far. She's just using her legs to frame and create kind of a shield to protect her from Kayla's ground and pound. But now Kayla gets on top, gets one hook in. Nope. Now Juliana gets out of that.
Now she's got her back.
Kayla's starting to take her back and trying to get her arm in a position to choke, but she doesn't have her back. Instead, she chooses to get back on top now. We got about 1:05 left here in round two. Remember, a 10-8 probably in round one was scored for Kayla Harrison, so Juliana Peña is putting herself in a really, really bad spot. One she can get out of if she were to win the next 3 rounds, because she could still hold on to her belt. She'd still be the champ. But yeah, I don't think that pulls Amanda Nunes out of retirement unless Amanda really, really wants to fight.
Mm-hmm.
Harrison kind of positioning herself for an head arm, also called an arm triangle. But she would have to jump all the way to the other side. And I think Juliana knows it because Juliana's definitely protecting herself from allowing Kayla to hop on over to the other side.
She's doing that with her knee, and let's just say she were to get over that, she's got to battle the fence too.
Yeah, so Kayla lets that go. She's inside control. Now let's see if she traps her arm. Oh, she did. What did she do? A Kimura?
A Kimura. You could see in Juliana's face that she was very, very nervous.
Wow. That was a quick tap, quick transition. We thought she was going to trap one of her arms. I'm looking at the arm that could possibly get trapped, and that's the one that wound up tapping for Juliana Peña.
Mm-hmm. That kind of saved Kayla a little bit.
It sure did. I got to see how she pulled this off, because basically the submission occurred with Kayla and Juliana on one side and the fence on the other side, so it was really hard to tell what might have happened. I see that Juliana, creo que Kimura.
It was a Kimura.
Una Kimura. Sí. So Harrison's going over to congratulate the team. She's having words with Peña. They're hugging. Now Harrison's got some work to do, Goze. She might be able to, now that's something. That's something to win a title fight in 2 rounds against someone who's given a loss to the person you're calling out. So let's see what happens here. A lot of hugging going on.
But again, you kind of alluded to something, and that's the greats. They get in and out, right? Like they're just tough. And I'm not saying she can't get there, but I don't know that she's there just yet. It's fights like this that help you get there, though. But right now, calling out Amanda Nunes based on that performance, we'll watch. But I mean, you're talking about a great and Amanda Nunes out there.
Okay, so here's the replay. She knees her and then drags one of her feet out to get the trip.
I want you to look at her face. Look at her face.
Now she goes into side control. So I'm looking at the arm that might get trapped, and she went right after it, right there. See, I focused so much on that hand that got trapped because I thought she was going to start dropping elbows, and she was already attacking on the other side, the Kimura. She went after it. And by the way, before they were even embracing,
Mm.
uh,
Think she
Pena
broke
was
up.
definitely holding on to her left shoulder, like she was, hurting. But hopefully, it's not too serious.
I don't think
That's
the
that.
referee got there late or nothing. He was there.
That's that overpowering strength that I talked about that Cyborg has. She has. Zhang Wei Li appears to have it as well. And
Big
there's
moment for
Beto
Kayla Harrison.
in between the two, interrupting the congratulations. He's got a job to do. Present the winner. Wow. I mean, let's take a look at this career, bro. 2-time gold medalist. And how about Dana White? Did he miss the mark? Because a few years ago they could have signed her.
Mm-hmm.
She could have 2 years under her belt in the UFC, and they didn't think she was worth the money because they didn't make her enough of an offer for her to do it. She had to go back to PFL.
I think she needed that time in PFL to be able to get to this moment.
Okay, so let me turn up just a little bit. She wants to talk to Joe Rogan. For her family, dedication, her 2 kids. Heads up to the fans. Dedicating to anybody that's ever felt hopeless and wanted to quit. Shout out to moms, single moms. She's really choking up. A lot of emotion she's carrying.
Yeah. That's huge, man, what she's been able to do.
Yeah. She's encouraging moms and single moms that you have an important role. She's comparing UFC 316 to the Bible, John 3:16. I'm not sure what the verse is, and I can't tell what she's saying. Just giving praise and glory to her God. Joe Rogan's addressing the bad blood between her and Juliana. Let's see what she says there. She says it's not personal. We prayed for each other. That weight cut's brutal. That last pound's brutal. She had said that she had to go to a bad place to surrender that last round. Winner and new champion. What about Amanda Nunes? Oh, there she is. Come up. She's inviting her into the octagon. Do it. She says this is the next fight. Her manager, Ali Abdelaziz, is telling her something. Let's see if they can pose him off at least.
They're not letting her.
Oh, the UFC security's not letting her in. Amanda Nunes.
There she is.
Okay, she comes in. They bow to each other. They congratulate. She congratulates her with a hug.
So So she confirmed she is coming back.
Yep, she confirms to Joe Rogan she's coming back. The crowd goes nuts. She says, "I will come back for you." Por el pasadizo a la primera de la derecha. It's fairly respectful, Goze.
Shake
hands. So Amanda Nunes is clearly the greatest female fighter of all time in MMA. But I think Kayla Harrison has a strong case for the greatest combat sports athlete of all time for females, because you got 2 gold medals in judo, a world championship gold medal in judo, a 155-pound title at PFL, a 145-pound title at PFL, and now a 135-pound title in the UFC. And you know I'm big on title defenses and all. And if this is the big next fight, okay. But still, man, that is really, really impressive, man, what she's done.
Yeah. I got called crazy for saying this. But I told you guys, I told you on the show, and I said on Spinning Back Click, Amanda Nunes will fight before John Jones. And I'm telling you, she's back. It might actually happen. Unless we hear an announcement.
That guy that Kayla just brought in, the tall guy towards the right, that's Dan Lambert. He's the American Top Team founder. So she just brought him in. He's usually kind of quiet behind the scenes. You might have seen him on one of the Ultimate Fighters when him and the other coach, the one of Kill Cliff now, used to be the Black Zillions, Glenn Robinson, kind of had a little bit of heat. There's Corey Sandhagen. I don't know who the other guy was that they showed. Do you know who it goes?
He's Fanatics, I think, CEO or something.
Okay, they're showing the president again, and then Mike Tyson was in the background.
I think for Amanda to come out and take this fight is important, because this might sound crazy and ridiculous, because she has a win over Chris Cyborg, but Chris Cyborg doesn't stop losing. She goes everywhere, and whether it's boxing or Muay Thai or whatever, MMA, she's just cleaning house. And after a while, when somebody goes away for a while, and you do it over so many belts, so many organizations, all this, I know the head-to-head's huge, but if you can kind of amount a big enough resume, people will start to throw your name out there again. But if she can come back and beat Kayla Harrison, who I believe will eventually have a really good career in the UFC, I think right now she's still got a little bit of work to do. That's just adding to, your legacy and what you were able to accomplish. Big moment, though. Adding that belt there to the gold medals, her other championship.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, listen, I hear you. I'm big on head-to-head, and Nunes left no doubt when she fought Cyborg. Cyborg's only lost twice in her life, once to Nunes and once her first fight. And I think she's won every other thing she's competed in, with the exception of when she lost to Jorina Bars. And how about that? We've mentioned her name twice in one broadcast. Jorina Bars, a great Dutch kickboxer. So she has a case for combat sports athlete because she's dabbled in some boxing and some Muay Thai, in MMA. She's won titles and defended them all over the place. It's subjective. I don't think anyone's right or wrong, but it definitely needed to be noted what Kayla had done. As far as Amanda does, it's a good chance to make some money if she still feels like her body can do it. Kayla doesn't look unbeatable, I'll tell you that much. Amanda's really, really tough to take down. You could tell, obviously, she's a bigger gal than Juliana Peña. And she's definitely a threat if she hits you. So I would expect a much tougher fight for Kayla Harrison from Amanda Nunes, even with retirement, been a couple years, than what Juliana Peña just offered.
Mm-hmm. we got to get our pick in here for the next fight.
Yeah.
Let's see here.
All right.
Here is what I am showing. Merab Dvalishvili minus 275. Sean O'Malley plus 220. You want me to go first or you want me to go first?
I think Dvalishvili is gonna run right through him, like he did the first time. I know that I praise O'Malley for the changes he's made in his life, and looks like he's stronger, more bulked up. But Merab just looks like he's on another level, and that got proven to me when he, gritted out that win against Umar Nurmagomedov, who I think is even better than Sean O'Malley as well. The only thing I could see is if Dvalishvili was, and I mentioned this early in the watch along, if he's stubborn like Bilal was, and maybe decides to throw too much hands, he could pay the price for sure. I'll give O'Malley that.
Something's in the air, I feel, but there's just no evidence. I mean, why would Merab not win this fight again? It's such a short time to improve. Depends how much stock you want to throw into the hip. I just don't see it, man. I feel like Merab just does it again.
Yeah. All right, so we got a few minutes here before the main event. Thank you all for tuning in to our watch along. We do this pretty much for every event that the UFC has. UFC 317 is in about 3 weeks. It's International Fight Week. So this is going to be the fight card that culminates the next Hall of Fame ceremony, the next UFC Fan Expo, and a lot of fun activities that the promotion does for its fans around town. You got your main event of Charles Oliveira against Ilia Topuria for the vacant lightweight title, vacated by Islam Makhachev. And then for the co-main event, you got Alexander Pantoja against Kai Kara France. So that said, with one fight left, if you guys can hit the like button on the YouTube, that would be great. Anytime you do that, it triggers the algorithm and helps us out. So that's why you hear us from time to time say that. Frankly, I almost wish I could say it once an hour. That's how important it is. But I know it can be like a badger towards a lot of people. But let me just tell you all, anytime I go into a YouTube channel, like if you tell me, hey, I got a YouTube channel, check this out, even if it was the most worst content of all time, unless it was hurtful stuff, right? I always hit the like goes, always. Even if it's something I disagree with, even if somebody goes, man, F the 49ers and their fans, I'd still hit the like button because someone's trying to do something out there. They're trying, like I said, if it's hurtful stuff, obviously, then no, I'm not going to want a channel like that to grow. But there's a big difference between someone just being passionate, a Cowboys fan that might be passionate and just F the Niners, but they're trying something. So that's why people ask for that. The subscribe button, I can't say enough about the channel. It's free content. And, we got 2 writers out in New Jersey, and they're, busting their asses to give you guys the best coverage. They've been there for the individual pre-fight interviews, the pre-fight press conference, the actual weigh-ins in the morning, the real weigh-ins in the afternoon, and then about another 10 hours today, one guy in the back, one guy, at the sides, somebody's doing play-by-play at home or there. They're trying to get you all the info, like what judge scored what fight and what manner and who's getting inducted into the Hall of Fame. What do you hear in the background? And all we ask is that you help us support our efforts, because obviously if our YouTube channel grows or Instagrams, things like that grow, it allows us to just keep funding those resources and to keep giving you a quality website that you guys can always count on, where the truth is always, the utmost. The facts are always correct. We don't just sit there and pretend we know stuff. We hear rumors, but if we can't confirm them, it don't matter. So we want you to always believe in us. So please think of that when you consider subscribing and liking. All right, Sean O'Malley's getting ready to come out now. The whole place is kind of turning pink. Let me go on mute for a second so I can just close out our parlay here with the nephews, and I'll be right back, guys.
All righty. Did it kind of seem like he said the with a nephew, but I think he said nephews. Sean O'Malley's walking out right now. You know, a lot of people in that conversation that we were talking about with who has the most to lose. Sean O'Malley's name came up, and I don't disagree with that. He's got he would have 2 losses as a champion, but I don't feel like, I've said this before, International Fight Week's coming up. Even if he were to take a loss here, his line would be one of the longest lines. Like, people still love him. He'll still get endorsements. He'll still get great placements on cards. He'll still get good matchups. He'll still make good money. That part won't change too much. If he is just dominated spiritually by being a champion and what that means to him, then yeah, I get it. Because he'd be far away from a title shot. But lifestyle and all that, I just don't think it would change very much. George had kind of mentioned something that I think is true too. I've been saying this about a lot of fighters. I think they're just not in this game for as long as some of these other fighters that we've seen from other generations that fought all the way up to their 40s, you know, like late 30s. I think that new breed of fighter, they're getting in there earlier, they're making more money, and they're getting out sooner. You know, you see what's going on with trauma, head trauma, and all that, brain trauma. I think fighters are starting to wise up. Fighters are making more money. I don't know that Sean O'Malley wants to fight another 10, 15 fights. So maybe he's just trying to get in and out and make as much money as he can. And you see, they keep showing a little vignette of him in his garage. There's like 2 pink Lamborghinis in there. I think he's doing okay. But we'll see. No real excuses here. And I'm not saying he's an excuse maker, but he did point to the injury in the first fight. And that's valid. If it's true, that's valid. But here, you have a healed up Sean O'Malley. You have a guy that made all these changes, right? All these things that he's talked about. The no video games, no pot, no social media, all that stuff. He loses here, there's not much you can point to. Merab is Merab. He's going to come in here and high pace. You don't have to worry about his cardio. You have to worry a little bit about his antics, right? How serious does he take things? I think we'll be fine with the judges we have for the main event. He is now walking out to the cage, getting booed.
Merab's getting booed. I thought Merab had started to win some people over.
Me too. Sean's popular, though. I get it. Kudos to the man over Merab's right shoulder, John Wood, head coach over here at Syndicate MMA. You will also see him in Khalil Roundtree's corner. This dude, man, kind of cracks me up. I think we're the exact same age. So we talk a lot about, like, I don't know how else to put this, but stupid shit. And he had pushed himself. Whoa, look, the fans fell again. And they almost, I think they might have fallen on Merab like a little bit. Wow.
What if they, I mean, it wouldn't happen to Merab because he's a tough SOB. But what if one of them fell, kind of sprained his neck? All of a sudden the fight was off.
Yeah, it kind of came close to that. Well, back to John. John had a very serious bout a couple months ago. So bad that he was like stuck in his house for a while. Like he couldn't even move. It was an infection that he had gotten. And I know that was really tough for him. He just nailed that girl right in the face. But yeah, good coach. He has a good connection with Merab Dvalishvili. Man, I hope those people are okay.
Yeah, I didn't really see it. What exactly happened?
Merab looked like he was reaching to kind of like high five someone.
Mm-hmm.
And it looked like they were up higher. And I think the gate just kind of gave or something and they fell. Kind of like, remember it happened a couple cards ago?
Yeah. There's Ray Longo in the corner. And I thought I saw Aljamain Sterling and John Wood. The champions, by the way, and challengers get 4 corners per. Other fights only get 3. In the past, other fights used to get 2, and champions would get 3, but they bumped that up. And Aljamain Sterling once held that belt. He had 3 title defenses before losing to Sean O'Malley. I always wonder if this kind of stings him a little bit. He got away from really that strength of just wrestling. He tried getting him down once. I think he got back up, or I can't remember. And then he got lit up because he wanted to use his hands. And now his boy, that opened the door for his boy Merab to do his thing. And, as you know, Sterling moved up. I think he's 1-1 now as a featherweight. But had he not lost to O'Malley, I don't think he would have faced Vera next, honestly. No slight at Vera. I think Vera got that shot because he had gotten that win over him. He might have had to face Umar. I don't know, but he would definitely be testing Dominic Cruz's position as the greatest bantamweight of all time. I think he still holds that position. I think if Merab wins here, I'll take another look, and Merab may beat Cruz out. John Anik says he's already the best going in because of that hit list that Merab has going in. A lot of former champions, 4 former UFC champions that he's beaten, and Michael Morales, what's his name from WSOF?
Marlon Rice.
Marlon, yeah. I was confusing him with Michael Morales. Yeah, Marlon Rice is another one. He held the belt over at WSOF. So anyway, here we go. O'Malley, does he look thicker? I don't know that he looks that much thicker. Do you think he looks that much thicker?
Not really.
Oh, we got good judges here at least. Those are all experienced. Jason Herzog making an appearance.
George, who was the athlete? You know how Merab did that thing where he jumped up and kind of stomped his feet both at the same time? There was an athlete that like tore an ACL or
his ankle?
Something like that, right? Not too long ago.
Ankle. Yeah, it was UFC, I think. But they were okay. They won the fight. Well, I don't remember who it is. If any of you are curious, John McCarthy was once on our show, and back in the day, if you refed the title fight, you got a payment of about $2,250. I don't think I've seen Herzog all night. Have you?
I don't think so either.
But because he's doing the title fight, and this was probably 10 years ago, he told us that. Maybe it's higher now. I don't see it being less than 2,000, but maybe it's up to 3 or 4 just for doing the title fight. No, because you're involved in the title fight. Now, if Jason did 6 fights in the title fight or just the title fight, I believe it's the same. And then from there, the other guys like Vitor Ribeiro, who else ref tonight? Michael Beltran. If they did, since they didn't have the main event, then I think they're $500 less. So just to give you guys an idea of what that type of pay is. And for the judges, I'm going to find that out for you guys and see if I can share it on the next pay-per-view. But I know that boxing judges have top 10,000 because a lot of it's related to the fight purses and the purse of the event. So that one is a little bit more transparent, I think, than the UFC events. But I would hope they do well. I've tried to go to bat for them. You know, a lot of people say we need new judges. Oh, okay, go ahead and find them. Go ahead and find 10 brand new judges who have been trained, and I guarantee you they're going to make mistakes, probably even at a higher level. We asked Eric Nixick the other day, who would you want as your ref and who would you want as your judges? And the first judge that came out of his mouth, he said Sal D'Amato. And that's the guy that gets clowned a lot because it's easy when someone messes up to find out who they are and to clown them. But then are you praising them when they're turning in consistent scores and flying all over the world, and getting it right? They've all messed up. But if you put me in, Goze in, Sterling in, Joe Rogan, I mean, everyone's going to mess up enough. And you're not going to say, well, they don't know the sport. They do. It's just a really, really tough job. That's why I tell fighters, you really, really want to leave no doubt, win convincing 10-9s. Not close 10-9s. Not a knockdown within the last 30 seconds of the fight or anything like that. Win convincing 10-9s. Okay, I think we're on the same page, right, guys? I'll still do a countdown when the fight starts. Okay. Merab's wearing the colors of the country that he's from, which is Georgia. It's a republic in the Caucasus area, but it's a country, not just a state like we have. It's a country. Dolite is from there. Pyer, I believe, has a background from Georgia. And he's wearing red and white trunks out of the red corner. Sean O'Malley in the blue corner. He's wearing the pink. I think you guys all know who's who by now. Jason Herzog, third man in the octagon, 448, 47, 46, and 45 of round one.
I got to slow down a little bit.
Spinning back kick by Sean O'Malley, misses. 434, 33, 32, 31, and 30. Are we good?
We're like a second, yeah.
Do I need to pause a second?
I'm at 22, 21, 20, 19.
Yeah, you pause for 1 second. All right, so they're still feeling each other out. You guys haven't missed anything. It's Dvalishvili that's stalking, and O'Malley it's moving around. See, let's go back to the mixed fight. Mixed didn't have that type of movement with his legs, with his feet. He was just more stationary. The head wasn't moving either. O'Malley doing a good job of just kind of making sure he's not a stationary target. Every time Dvalishvili that wants to close and either punch or close and go for some sort of a takedown, O'Malley's moving. O'Malley's throwing kicks. O'Malley just stung him with a little jab. O'Malley looks pretty comfortable in there. O'Malley just threw a nice overhand right. Nothing's landing. Merab doesn't seem to be affected in any way. Merab just threw a nice little hook. 90 seconds in, fun fight so far. Good pace from both guys.
Mm-hmm.
But it does look like Dvalishvili eventually wants to get in and grab a hold of some legs.
I think the movement's kind of confusing Merab a little bit.
I would agree. And I take it back. Maybe O'Malley does look a little thicker, especially around the legs. So maybe it will be, a tougher test for O'Malley.
Like the thigh area a little bit, right? But
yes.
The arms don't look that much bigger.
No, the arms look the kind of the same, the chest. But, the if you have strong hips, glutes, thighs, maybe it's a little bit tougher for your opponent and also probably helps you with all the movement that you're seeing here from out of O'Malley.
When you have to chase somebody down like that, the one thing that it can affect a little bit is your head movement. So if that guy can time stopping and firing a missile, he's got a better chance of landing it. If you look at Merab having to counter that movement, he can't really move his head the way he normally does. Whoa.
Oh, O'Malley. I'm sorry. Dvalishvili hit O'Malley, and O'Malley went to the ground. Partial slip, but I think part of it had to do with he got stung. And now Dvalishvili has gotten O'Malley down. He's trapped one of his legs. Now he's let go of it. O'Malley's back to his feet with 2:05 left here in the first. O'Malley does have the side of his body in the cage. And Dvalishvili's got his arms wrapped around his body, and he's delivering knee after knee after knee. He's trying to get O'Malley down to the ground, but he's not having success with that just yet. And now, he almost did. See, there we go. Maybe that's some of that strength in the hip area, in the leg area, that's helping O'Malley to stand upright.
God, that knee to the hip sucks.
Oh, nice attempt by a knee from O'Malley. He misses it. He fell on his back, but he got back up right away. 1:30 left here in round one. O'Malley's fighting better than he did in the first round. He's really got a diverse attack, and like I say, it looks like he's got a different type of game plan. A lot of movement.
Merab, to me, I don't want to say looks panicked, but he looks a little bit more concerned with trying to figure this out right now. And I think that's why he's going to his bread and butter right now, the wrestling.
Yeah,
Which,
and he,
man,
look, O'Malley's strong, man. He held his whole body up by one arm. There's 58 seconds left here in the first. Merab is on top of him, kind of like how Jones was on top of Cyril Gane. Maybe could grab his neck. He pulls his legs out, and now he's starting to throw a few punches at O'Malley. So good job from Merab, but what a pace. And again, can O'Malley keep up with this pace? This part for her, for sure, reinforcing the round for Dvalishvili, mixing in a few punches, a little elbow. And he's doing all this from inside of O'Malley's guard. What we were critiquing Kayla was, what are you waiting for? Get going.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and that's exactly what Merab was doing. Perhaps Kayla might have been able to finish it in the first round because she had some time there where she could have done something on top.
Oh, looks like he's going for his head.
He is, but he's letting it go. Oh, wait. No, yeah, he lets it go. O'Malley's back up. End of the round.
I think Merab's got like a little cut on his eye.
Good round for O'Malley. He's electing to stand so far. Then again, the stool hasn't arrived. He looks calm. His cardio looks good. He doesn't look too bothered, but he did lose the round 10-9, sorry. Dvalishvili smiling in his corner. I think he's pleased with his first round. John Woods talking to him. Sterling looks like he wants to talk to him.
Look at the wealth of knowledge in that corner, though. How insane is that?
¿Quién? Whatever whatever damage Merab took, it's pretty cleaned up, but it did look like he kind of winced in his left eye a little. He's good. O'Malley looks good and calm, and we're getting ready to start round 2. They do touch hands.
Good Jason. Oh, Jason Herzog's cardio is up to par for this one. He's going to be moving everywhere.
Center of the octagon. A lot of space in between the fighters. Merab's trying to close in. O'Malley waiting for his chances. Spinning back the spinning back kick misses, but a kick to the thigh lands for O'Malley. Shot to the body lands for O'Malley.
I like the feints that O'Malley's throwing.
Yeah.
He's definitely trying different things in this fight.
Can he keep that pace up, though, just running and running and moving and running and moving and running and moving? Because see, look at Dvalishvili. He doesn't have to move as much. And now Dvalishvili just landed some really slick punches. Like two or three of them he snuck in there. O'Malley did not like him, but he's composed himself. He's okay. There's 3:47 left here in round 2, sorry.
Good right
nice overhand right lands for O'Malley. Leg kick there lands for Dvalishvili. Goes to it again. Doesn't land that one. Misses again with an inside. But Dvalishvili, what I was saying was, he can still get near O'Malley, but he doesn't have to cover as much ground as O'Malley. O'Malley's obviously, kind of on the, we call it the
warning track.
The warning track, yeah, that line there of the cage, and O'Malley's been all over it, moving. So he's definitely burning more gas. I think Dvalishvili just between his hands going up and down and being unorthodox, he maybe burns a little more that way, but that's his style.
Round 1 was clear Dvalishvili, right? We can all agree with that.
Yes, and Dvalishvili just threw some winging punches, then went into a takedown, but O'Malley got out of it. I thought this might be the part where he takes him down. those winging punches, those would have served Gastelum well.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if it's just he takes more chances or he's confident in his cardio or what, but so O'Malley's real careful with everything he does. He just threw a punch to the stomach that landed, but he doesn't throw that much. I think he wants to be careful, maybe pinpoint and accurate, but he definitely doesn't want to put himself in a position where if Dvalishvili gets a hold of him, it might be a nightmare.
Dvalishvili looks more focused for me in this fight. No real clowning around. He's out there to do some work.
Not much action in this round, folks. I mean, I hate to tell you, Dvalishvili is stalking him, but O'Malley keeps moving and moving, and every time they've engaged, O'Malley does get out of it. O'Malley did land a nice left right now.
Mm-hmm. It's a closer round.
Yeah. 134, 33,
Ooh.
32, 31. But this was the round where Dvalishvili landed that 3-punch combo, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, this is still Dvalishvili round. We have 110 left here in round 2. We got Dvalishvili still stalking O'Malley. O'Malley moves always at the right time. Now he goes back to the center of the octagon on top of the monster. All right, here we go. Dvalishvili now trying to wrestle O'Malley down to the ground with about 45 seconds left. Sorry, I meant to say the monster logo there in the center of the octagon, but now they're against the cage.
Nice right
And
hand.
O'Malley really got out of a lot of pickles, singles. Dvalishvili trying to get his leg, trying to wrap his arms around him, and O'Malley did a really, really good job of getting out of those. Now, you would think it frustrated O'Malley, Dvalishvili, but Dvalishvili kind of came out of there smiling, like it didn't bother him, like, I'm going to get you. I'm going to get you. And again, O'Malley still hasn't answered for those 3 great punches that Dvalishvili landed earlier.
Oh, I think that was a good right hand from Merab. I think it hit him on the chin.
See, I didn't see it, but these guys are going in with like spinning elbows and stuff. Wow.
I think he's up 2 rounds.
Dvalishvili got him again.
Yeah.
Wow. And look at Dvalishvili. This is where he clowns a little bit. He's giving a thumbs up to President Trump. Like, sit down. You got to fight. All that stuff you can do later, but he's a showman, man.
John's got to refocus him. It's interesting, this dynamic they have, right? Because Ray Longo's also there. You have 2 minds of a head coach, right? That you hope are in sync with each other.
Yep. I think most of the tactics reside with John. I think Ray Longo is more of just a secondary figure. Obviously, probably a calming presence during fight week because they are in Newark, and obviously that's where he started it all, living in Long Island, training with Sarah Longo. Now he's moved out west. He lives in Las Vegas, spends most of his time there. So, but still, that's pretty cool that he maintains that relationship. And of course, Aljamain Sterling, you've seen him do his radio podcast. He's a wealth of knowledge too. And there goes a nice knee pick, but he misses. So he does this ringing right hand. Does Dvalishvili picks his leg, but O'Malley's really got great balance. Look at this. He goes in again. Oh, now he's going to slam him. And he does get him to the ground. That was a deep double that he had on him. And so I thought he was going to pick him up and dump him in front of the radio crew or something, the TV crew. But no, he put him down, and now he's on top, and there's a lot of time here. We're at 4:18 of round 3. So there's plenty of time, and they're in the middle, so O'Malley doesn't have the assistance of the cage. Look at the nephew. Looks like he's getting a lap dance. Like he's waiting for one. All right. 356, 355, still on top. O'Malley's opened up his guard. Dvalishvili's just nonstop. Now I wonder if O'Malley can maybe trap him somehow, or he needs to create a scramble, because Dvalishvili really has the type of output where he can 10-8 you as well. That's a lot of time. I think I said 4:18 was left when he got him. O'Malley trying to posture up on one side, misses. Dvalishvili really controls that. O'Malley should try and get his back to the cage, but Dvalishvili really does a good job of kind of turning the body, and that's not going to be possible right now. He's not really hurting O'Malley, but he's making O'Malley work. And now that clock's down to 3:07.
It's a pivotal round because we all believe he's up 2-0. This would make it 3-0, which would force Sean in a situation where he needs a finish, and that's going to have to change the game plan. I don't know that you want to do. I mean, it's going to put you in a rough spot against this guy.
An onslaught of punches from Dvalishvili. There's still half a round left, but he's not hurting O'Malley. He's just dominating him. Like, O'Malley's face is pretty intact, and O'Malley doesn't seem to be breaking. Oh, a nice knee there from Dvalishvili on the ground. Stuck one in there. But he could enter 10-8 territory if he were to finish these last 2 minutes with some damage, because it's duration's been there, the dominance has been there. Can he get the damage? O'Malley crawling to the cage. Looks like he is going to get up. He's got one knee down, so Dvalishvili cannot knee him in the head or kick him in the head. And now it looks like O'Malley's composing himself to make a good little stand-up. There's Joey Diaz. Looks like he's woken up.
My cousin looks like Joey Diaz gave him a brownie.
Yeah. Dvalishvili with 90 seconds left, still just tagging O'Malley with knees, beating him up. Now it looks like he's going to dump him again, and he does. It's just nonstop, and O'Malley's going to have to get up again. So O'Malley needs to make sure that when he gets up, he disengages right away, because this guy just hangs on to you. Now Dvalishvili's on top. Let's see if he traps his legs. Grapevines around him or anything like that. Nope. O'Malley does get up. Let's see if we can get up and free up, because Dvalishvili's already got his arms wrapped around him again. He knees him, and he trips him again. So O'Malley's down on the ground, but because he hasn't landed any damage, I don't know if he's up for a 10-8. Oh, there's a nice elbow. Dvalishvili trying to lock up a front choke. He's working on a darts of his own, but I think O'Malley's twisted away from it, and I think he's safe.
Oh, no, he's not. Look.
There's a tap. Merab Dvalishvili has gotten him. He got him almost kind of like a darts choke, except inverted, meaning O'Malley was on his back. So congratulations to him. What a statement win by Merab Dvalishvili over Sean O'Malley. And I wonder what happens now to Sean O'Malley, who's 0-2 against the champ and who actually looked pretty good. But this guy's just good, Goze, and arguably he might be the greatest bantamweight of all time we're witnessing here.
Yeah, we're always talking. We were talking about that in the pre-show. He doesn't need that many. And getting stoppages along the way, that only helps.
Yeah, I mean, O'Malley really, really improved, but this other guy is just pretty special, Goze.
Mm-hmm.
Give me 1 second here.
But don't you feel like you almost feel as though it doesn't matter who was in the cage tonight, Merab was just probably going to buzz through him?
Yeah. Man, remember when everyone thought that he's not even going to get through Umar? Okay, he beat O'Malley, but here comes the real one. Here comes the boogeyman, the one everyone's been avoiding. And he wanted a little bit more time off, and he didn't get it. He fought Umar on Umar's timeline, like Anik said. And he beat him. And now he does this to O'Malley, a focused O'Malley, who actually looked good at times, man, because he was avoiding the ground game. But holy cow, this is just. I keep using the same word, but it's an onslaught, man. It doesn't stop. You get back to your feet, and then you realize he still has his arms clasped around you, and then you go for different types of ride. Like that was like a kind of kicked out his back leg, right? A couple other times he just took him for a ride. And right here, when the choke is in, it looked like O'Malley did the right thing. He's got a front choke. O'Malley's on his knees. O'Malley then rolls onto his back, and yet Merab held onto it. So now, these are blood chokes. He's choking on different parts, but yet he's still applying enough pressure. And I think O'Malley, this was just probably something you probably don't train very often right here. You know what I mean?
Right.
And you could see O'Malley getting his hand ready because he was just really, really in a tough spot. Maybe he could have used his legs to leverage out and kick out or something, but that's how tight of a squeeze this guy has. And there's his corner, John Wood, Ray Longo, Aljamain Sterling. I can't say enough about Aljamain Sterling and what a great friend and teammate he is. These two guys have done it right, Goze. There's so many former friends in our sport that couldn't handle this,
It's crushing for Sean O'Malley's soul because of the way this went down and all of the adjustments he made, the changes in his life to still come up short is brutal. But man, I think time will tell just how special Merab Dvalishvili is.
Merab wanted to have all the guys hold hands on his team and all raise their hands at the same time.
Dana was excited, didn't he?
He's just always thinking of others than himself as well. All right, was that sarcastic? Did Dana look happy or no?
No.
Oh,
like they took a crap on his food.
there's Ally Aquinta. He makes his way into the octagon as well. I think he just announced he's having a baby. He's giving a shout out to the Georgian fans. They're holding up the flag. Look, Merab's awkward, but he's entertaining. He finds a way to be pretty entertaining. Chris Weidman's also in the octagon. What a team, huh? Longo's also built. I mean, I know we were giving credit to Wood because Merab's been out here for a few years now and slowly migrated over to Syndicate with a pit stop at Extreme Couture. But still, he was built at Longo, and that team's still a part of his life. So just like the AKA guys, remember Luke Rockhold, Habib, Cormier, they would always go in there and kind of back each other up, and that was cool to see right there, those former champs. Only Matt Serra was missing. He's won a belt too.
Hey, Sean O'Malley's back there. He's waiting. He's got gloves off, but yeah, he looks very, very demoralized.
Yeah. Well, let's just hope that that's all it is. I think he looked good. And like I say, he could beat other fighters.
A lot of money to be made, right?
There's enough examples right now, currently, where fighters can get another lifeline. Here's an example. Max Holloway was 0-3 against Volkanovski. Then Volkanovski loses, so he gets a shot against Topuria. So then he's thinking, oh, shit, I've lost to this guy too. But now Topuria's going up. Now, prior to Lopez not winning, Holloway had a chance to wiggle in there a little bit. But if you want to keep fighting, you just got to keep winning. And Merab even entertained going to flyweight one time, believe it or not, when Aljo was still there. I don't know if he could, but as you can tell by his body frame, maybe he could. I don't know. I don't think he'd go up to 45 for sure. But with that kind of output, I don't want to even doubt the guy.
Yeah, I was just about to say, like, the word can't and Dvalishvili are very hard to put in the same sentence.
Let's see what else he says.
Man, just watching these highlights.
So he's talking about how O'Malley got better. Rogan is better take down the fans. And Dvalishvili said, hey, I knew he was going to get better. So I also knew I had to make changes. His trunks are cool, Goze.
Dvalishvili's?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
got to
they're
give it up. They're like original. You know, the champs usually wear black and gold, but he decided to rock the colors of his country. Like it's different, but it's cool.
Mhm.
Giving a shout to all of his coaches, his team. Now I'm talking about the next title difference. Maybe Corey Sandhagen. Posible.
This guy just doesn't stop. Poor Sean O'Malley's been waiting for the bus for like 5 minutes, 10 minutes now.
Well, the one thing is we haven't seen O'Malley Sandhagen and Dvalishvili, so that's one thing that makes it fresh, you know. But you know, I've been a big proponent of Pyer Yan as of late too.
Who did he get? I don't know if it's official, but his name's been getting thrown around with somebody.
Let me see what he says to Sean O'Malley. Yeah, se quitó los guantes. Yes, O'Malley, what happened? He goes, I didn't think it would go down like that. Props to Merab. Thanks to everyone that came out. I'm grateful for you guys. I got a wife and 2 kids at home. I'm happy. Rogan encourages them to keep refocusing. Thanks everyone for coming out. No retirement. Gloves were off, but no retirement. That's good. A lot of class, you know, in losing.
Mm-hmm.
He knows he's in a fucked position, Goes, because he's 0-2.
Yeah.
So he needs someone to take out Merab. If someone takes out Merab, that's a different story. Now you're talking about you know, things opening up. I mean, look, Corey Sandhagen had lost to Aljo. He got dominated. Then he lost to Pyer Yan. And then he lost to Nurmagomedov. And now he might have a title shot. You know what I'm saying? So he's dropped some big fights, but the landscape changed, and now he might have a shot.
Mm-hmm.
This guy's just got to, you know, keep getting better. And if something were to occur, the doors can open up, but you definitely have to go out there and win some fights. Anyway, folks, hey, listen, thank you to all of you who tuned in to the MMA Junkie Radio watch along. We have to turn it over here on this channel to the post-fight press conference. You'll probably hear from Dana White. I don't want to guarantee it because he hasn't been at all of the functions earlier this week, but hopefully he'll be there. And you'll hear from most of the winners. I can see probably that Merab and Kayla will be there, along with all of the winners from earlier tonight. Don't forget to hit the like and subscribe button. Helps us a ton. Hopefully we've won you over tonight. On Monday, Goze and I, along with our colleagues, will unpack this event, all the latest news on a show that's called Spinning Backclick, which is a live show, noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific, every Monday. Goze and I also host the MMA Junkie Radio Show. 18 years, 3,572 episodes under our belt. Every Monday and Thursday, you can grab it straight from the website or go to Google Podcasts, Apple Podcasts, Stitcher, and Spotify. And then, lastly, again, thank you all for tuning in today. I hope you all have a great weekend. And Goze, any parting words?
No, just pretty much echo the same thing, the same sentiment. This was a lot of ups and downs in this card. Every fight had something to it that made it interesting. So I was pretty pleased. I mean, I think if you paid for this, you'd probably be happy.
Bravo. I think I give it a 9. I'm happy. So I'm gonna go to bed happy. I got to start working on spinning back click tomorrow, the rankings and all that stuff. But we had a great time as always with you guys. We're out of here. Go out and have a great weekend. And don't forget, always, don't just take up space on this planet. Go out and be a champion.